Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, this guy's been everywhere tonight. He got drilled by Jack Campbell again.
Bam! Meets him right there, runs his feet. Jack Campbell wraps him up. Doesn't get any better than that. Textbook linebacker play. What the f*** I'm talking about?
All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday morning. Hope you all having a wonderful day today, man. I know it's a little bit earlier than normal to get things rolling, but morning after, man, the morning roar. I used to do one called the morning after. Someone stole that, and so I decided to change it up this year. Started doing the evening roar, the morning roar on Detroit Football Journal, and I figured, you know what? Why not call the segment after the game, the day after the morning roar? Usually, we'd be in the morning show right now on a Monday or on a Friday, but it is Sunday, and so I want to make sure that we continue on the tradition all season long of kind of getting a refocused breakdown in the day after, kind of let things settle down a little bit. Had a little bit of time last night, not a ton, to go through some film and watch some of the plays back and kind of see some of the breakdowns and what happened on the offensive line. So I do want to talk about that. And had an opportunity to kind of pour through, I hate PFF, but they have a new section in here that I've never noticed before. And it's coverage versus receiving report. Now, one of the biggest heartburns for Lions fans in our defense has been coverage over the last couple of years. So I figured what a better opportunity now while we're in the second preseason game, see how these guys are performing. They do a full breakdown. And as we get rolling through the season, obviously we're going to migrate to other stats that are going to be available. And as I have more time, of course, I'll go in and break some things down myself throughout the week. But we'll also do stock up, kind of stock down report today. I'll also do a video on it. Skylar Gill-Howard interview will drop maybe hour and a half-ish, somewhere in that range. So that way you guys can get an idea of what that guy's talking about. If you haven't watched it, now's the time to watch it, and then just see what he says and go back and just look at how he's performed this year. Can't say I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. Matter of fact, this dude was destined to be in Detroit. He was destined to be on this team with Calvin Shepard, with Dan Campbell. He was absolutely the right choice. I hope it turns into a roster spot. I can't imagine that it wouldn't right now. I mean, he has been Probably one of the most consistent guys in game of just creating. So really fun to watch Skylar Gill Howard right now. In that interview, man, I didn't do my best work. Kind of disappointed. I know I was having some issues that couple of days there, but is what it is. It's still a good interview. And I think it kind of sets the stage of just who he is, right? Of just who he is. So, post-game press conference last night finally showed up. I don't know, about an hour or so after we were done. I think we should probably start there. Let's listen to what Dan Campbell said, and then we'll go back in and I'll start kind of breaking it down from top to bottom. But before we get rolling here, I mean, I know we're rolling, but before we really start diving in here and I start running my motor mouth, let's see who's in here this morning. J-Rod's in here. 50 messages in a row. Good morning, J-Rod. J-Rod is sending coffee to everybody this morning, man. Good morning, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Sunburst. Trace, of course, good morning. J Mommy 881, good morning. Raw B. Raw B, are the lines open? Dude, it's I just started. But they will be. You missed it last night, but they will be open. Eric, good morning, man. Just got up. That was a lot of driving yesterday. You should just get up, go walk out to the studio and jump on. How about that? Let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow, I think, yeah? See you tomorrow. Terry Schuster, Aaron Green, good morning. Couple of new members. A lot of new members yesterday. A lot of new subscribers yesterday. Appreciate it all. We had, what did we get yesterday? About 10,000 views during the live stream. We did pretty good. Wasn't terrible. I think we did pretty good. We had a very interactive crowd. Anyway, I can't thank you guys enough for the support. Obviously, it's been kind of a low lull type of a season. And by the way, I figured something out. Not that it's going to change anything overnight, but I figured something out. So I asked Chat GPT last night, or last night when I was done, like, what the hell's going on with my views on my videos? And then I went into another AI. I won't say which one because I'm going to keep this to myself. And it went and broke down everything on my channel. And what it came back with was astonishing. It doesn't think that I'm necessarily shadow banned, but because I added some things to my OBS, I was double, how do I say it? I was basically playing two links at once. So like morning shows were doubled. You're only going to see one, but it was doubled. Videos, not so much. So long and the short of it is this. I'm sending out so many notifications. You only get 3 a day, but I'm burning them all up with a morning show. And then maybe one post later. And I don't know if the community posts count. I better figure that out because I'm going to have to slow down on the community post. So that's why people aren't getting notifications. And you may not have notifications turned on. Please check. You only get 3 a day, so it's not going to spam the crap out of you. And so I'm going to look into those things a little bit deeper today, but that's why views have kind of dropped off the face of the planet. Plus, it's just a weird season this year, and the algorithm changed a little bit. So all things considered, I think I have a plan moving forward of what I'm going to do and how I'm going to fix it. But it's going to take a few weeks, and I might have to do less. So the other channel's going to get more. The other channel's almost done. I'm almost finished graphics wise. So the NFL channel that I've been wanting to do for years will be over there. We'll put some Lions stuff over there, but we're going to cover some other things as well. And then as far as live streams go, I might start doing more live streams over there to kind of balance everything out a little bit because it got too heavy. Not that you guys care, but I think it's important for me to understand this stuff. I usually pay attention to everything, but I don't know how that one slipped through. I don't know how it was doing too, but I went and checked my account for the OBS stream suite and then the stream account, and they weren't liking each other. So hopefully we'll get it fixed here soon. Let me find Dan Campbell here. Oh. I just fixed all this. What's going on? Tom Cochran, good morning. I don't know that I've seen that name in here, or maybe it's just been a minute. My memory's for crap anyway. So welcome in. Good morning. Make sure my audio's right. All right, let's get into Dan Campbell. Let's break it down. I know we got to listen to a very few moments of it last night. You know, we were just listening to it. We didn't get to watch it. And then they kind of cut him off. I don't know why they did that, but there's a lot more that he said that obviously we want to hear. Let me just get this sized up, and then we'll get going. And I didn't forget about DC. I don't know. I haven't emailed him in a minute, but he wanted to volunteer and help. And I haven't forgot about you. Just kind of been an awkward week. If you guys want to volunteer and help, if there's things that you're good at, if you want to do social media, if you want to write about your Lions, you got carte blanche, man. You can write about whatever you want. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Like, you can write whatever you want, submit it. I'll post it. Can also get you access to the website where you can post your own articles. And obviously we have to build a little bit of trust with that. But anyway, if you want to write, you want to help out, you want to volunteer, let me know. All right, Dan Campbell's post-game press conference last night. Let's break it down this morning.
And, overcame it. I thought defense played, good football, really good football, man. Disruptive and, got us some stops there, got us back in it. And then we capitalized on offense, had some, really for the most part, third down and fourth down were obviously good for us. The takeaway, I thought special teams was a factor in this game. I know it's preseason too, but, man, I thought our coverage units were big. We forced penalties. Jack Fox pinning them. I thought the kicks by Bates on the kickoffs were important. I mean, he's getting better at them. And I just thought guys played fast. And so we, defensively, we were able to, to play in their territory a ton, keep them backed up. So that was good. A number of these guys I thought showed up, man, played at a high level. I can't wait to watch the tape. And then there were some that, we'll see that weren't as good. But ultimately, it's good to win the game. Questions?
What do you think of the two quarterbacks?
Man, I thought there was highs and lows. Certainly you don't want to start the game the way we did. Now that's not all on him. We didn't pick up the protection the way we should, and so he gets hit there, and and then. But he got out of it. And I thought that run was big. That's something that he is capable of. That was a big third down run for a touchdown. And then I thought, when he came back out in the second half, because, we put Altmaier in, I thought Dobbs was, did some really good things. And, Altmaier, I still think he sees the field really well. There's just a couple of things he got on him, and it's always going to be about for him is, man, just playing a little bit faster. Can he play faster? Which I know he can play. He just needs reps, and the more reps he gets, the better he is. So, it wasn't perfect, but I thought both of those guys did some good things, and there's some things to clean up.
How good was to see a couple young defensive linemen, Theo Howard, Moore had a sack.
Yeah.
Howard seemed like he was a problem in that backfield all game. Just how good to see young guys like that with the bright lights.
Yeah, we like these guys. There's a lot of promise in that D line room. There's a lot of guys. We played Wanham for just a tick there, and boy, I thought he represented. It was good to see with those other guys, and got him out of there. And then D Moore. That's really, D Moore hadn't had a ton. I mean, really, this last week is what he's gotten in pads. Because he had that injury, that groin injury, but that was good to see. Now I got to watch the tape, and I just know with him, he's another guy's a young guy. The more reps he gets, the better he's going to get. So that was good to see him make plays, and Sunbleach just continues to make plays. He doesn't practice. You can feel him out there, and he just is relentless, and he plays snap the whistle, and he's all out, and he's got to be right. He does, because he's not a huge guy, but he knows who he is, and he knows how he has to play, and he plays with high effort, and he's crafty, man. He's explosive, and he's violent.
Just to stay with defense for a sec, how much better equipped are you guys this year to create havoc with some of those blitz packages that Chuck has, and then the next step of that, you always say you got to win games in every phase, right? Offense has to cover for defense when it's not their defense for offense.
Audio's back to shit, huh?
Defensive phase, just based on
Yeah, well, here's what I would say with that, because we had all this up last year, and we used quite a bit of it. The difference now is that these guys are in the system. In a lot of these things we want to do now that we've been doing, and so we're much more evolved, man. And I know they weren't playing, like Jack wasn't playing, but Jack's got even a better understanding. And then the guys that did, man, Rodrigo is another year in this. Barnes is another year in this. Freaking Now is, Tyleek is. Wanham's understanding this system. Man, our DB's got this thing. Maddox is in there, and and Reed's in there. It's just we're smarter, man. We're more evolved. We have a better understanding of time on task with these, why we're calling them, what we're trying to take away, where the offense wants to go with the ball when you're calling this stuff. And so I think that's where we've really grown. And I know it's early, it's a preseason game, but that's the biggest evolution. Shep's done a really good job, and the staff.
You mentioned how deep the wide receiver room is. What do you make of what you're getting from the running back room right now? Seems like all of them are
Pretty good, huh? I mean, those guys ran hard. They ran hard, and it's good. I mean, any one of those guys is. It was good to see. I mean, 47 made plays, 25 made some plays, 26 before he's getting checked. He kind of got dinged there, so concussion protocol. But obviously 42. I mean, these guys they're. I thought they ran hard, man. I thought they saw it, and they, they just kept pushing the pile, and so. It was already interesting. It feels very interesting right now, especially after that performance on some of these guys. So that was good to see. I thought we moved them up front with the O-line, There was obviously a few times we whiffed. We didn't target right, but when we were locked in, I thought, man, we moved the line of scrimmage, and so that was good. We have a lot of things to clean up. There was still some slop in there that we got to clean up, but it's a good job of winning the game, man. We played in all three phases and finished that game being able to take a knee, and that's there's no better play football.
Jackson Meeks really.
I'll come back to you.
A couple minutes. I mean, the 4th and 3 catch forces a
Yeah.
return, making the transition to tight end. Just how is he continuing to move that?
Well, I told him the other day, I mean, you just continue to get better. He continues to grow. He continues to grow. This tight end thing is still kind of new to him. The good news for Meeks is he's strong. The athleticism. I mean, he was in the receiver room. He was really a big X. So I think we all kind of know what that is. But he's strong and he's willing and he's smart. So it's just time on task. He's another one. But you see how he attacks special teams. I mean, he gives our guys fits in special teams too. Some of these looks, whether he's on that team or he's giving, okay, I'm opposite of the ball. We're really talking about punt. I'm on punt rush. Man, he gives our guys fits. So that was good to see. Thought he did some really good things today. Made some critical plays.
Two more, 2 quick ones. Vaki, where was he at today?
Yeah, so Vaki he woke up yesterday and he had something, kind of a knot, in his back here that was it's not major, but it's enough to where it's one of those bad spasms to where, we were hoping we could get it out of there, give him some stuff to hopefully loosen it out. And we ran out of time with it. And now the good news, we would have loved to have seen him. I told him that. I mean, he wanted to play, but he also, man, he got some really good work coming off of a broke nose, a punched out eye. And so I'm like, I think we're good, Vaki, for a little bit here. And so we'll get this to calm down. He'll be ready to practice this week, I would anticipate. So I think we'll be okay there.
I feel like we've asked you about a lot of the different receivers in that number 5 competition. One maybe doesn't get mentioned a lot is Lucky Jackson.
Yeah.
2 catches today, had the DPI he drew, and then a couple good demo reps as well. How is he factoring into that mix right now?
Room is hard. I mean, that room is very difficult right now because there are guys are making plays. And you're right, Lucky is there again. He does something every day to catch your eye. I feel like he's really grown in that room as a receiver. You saw what you just said there, and he does. He makes plays on special teams. And so that's always going to give you a chance here. And so he has, I hate to say he's quietly just gotten better and better, but there are things about that feel that way. He just, he continues to kind of make plays. There's nothing flashy about him, but he's a handful in a good way. And between he and 17, I thought Dortch made some plays. I thought TK made some plays. They just, Lovett made a couple of plays. It's a strong room. It's a strong room. Black. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I'm worried on that one. I love Wilson, man. He's a smart, crafty football player. Gets it. Can play all the spots at receiver, special teams, and we don't know. We're getting that knee looked at. We don't know, but I'll leave it at that.
And you kind of brought up on like 17 there to Tate Martin. Hasn't really been on the box score, but he's making plays. Like he sprung that block for Dobbs, and he's doing good stuff on special teams. Does that, maybe override some of that stuff? Like the little stuff, it's really important.
When you say override,
Like, does it make, he didn't have a couple catches in preseason game, but he's
oh, I got you. Oh yeah. Listen, I'm not. Yes, yeah. I would say the opportunities he's been given. I don't feel like this is something where, man, he had these glowing opportunities that he didn't capitalize on. I don't feel that way at receiver. I feel like he's made a couple of plays that were there. He really hadn't got. Now listen, there was 2. I can tell you, there's 2 plays today where his number was called for an explosive, and he's open, and we didn't get it there. We either missed on the protection, We didn't block the guy who we're responsible for, so we're going to have time. So that takes that away a little bit. But, man, he does all the dirty work. He's pretty smart. And there, again, special team, man, he created another penalty. I mean, he just continues to do good things, man, as a receiver and special team. So, yeah, I think, it's hard to ignore him.
All right, Dan Campbell. Let's break it down.
Well, this guy's been everywhere tonight. He got drilled by Jack Campbell again.
Bam! Meets him right there, runs his feet. Jack Campbell wraps him up. Doesn't get any better than that. Textbook linebacker play. What the f*** I'm talking about?
All right, so, there's a little bit you could take away from that, but I think that the next time we see and hear from Dan Campbell, if he's asked more about this game, I think that we'll get a better understanding because like he said, and like I always say, like every coach, we'll always say, or every, analyst, you got to watch the film. Now, obviously, I couldn't watch all the film last night. I couldn't watch everybody. There's just no way. I try to have some sort of a life too, outside of this. Try to. I got other things that I do. And last night, I started getting into it and just got exhausted. So I'm going to spend more time today. But I did find some really good things to talk about. And one of these things was this PFF report, the coverage report. And so I don't know what was being said on, other channels, obviously, because I just don't watch it. But J-Rod mentioned this morning there was a bunch of I guess we call them still the SOL. I don't know what they're saying. You'd have to enlighten me. Like, what was it that they were saying about yesterday's game? What did they look? I think the game was okay. It's preseason, right? So there's really not much that I'm going to care about other than watching some individual performances. The team performance, let me try to say this right. The team performance is really hard to evaluate in preseason. Does that make sense? The reason why is because you have all of these individuals out there right now. Now they're a team, but they're trying to make a team. And so their individual performance, just my opinion, is probably more important to them right now. And of course, playing as a team is important, but they're not going to be on those units most likely together. If you get what I'm trying to say, the guys that are playing in the game that we're starting, they're probably not going to start together. Not all of them, some of them, but not all of them. So it's really hard to evaluate the whole team from a unit perspective. Offense 11, defense 11, special teams is special teams. Special teams you can kind of evaluate because a lot of those guys are on the special teams units anyway, and if they make the team, they're going to be on the special teams units anyway. So I hope I'm making sense. The point is I gain more from the individuals than I do so much as the team perspective. And I think that's kind of where we're going to go next. But I do also want to look at the other side. And the other side is what is Washington, saying about this? What did their beat writers say about this? Because I feel like you don't get the same, you don't get the same from both sides. Like even the beat reporters over there, they're not going to say we got our ass kicked in this area. You know what I mean? They're going to find a way to spin it, to turn it into something positive, which most good beat reporters do. But I think the best ones out there are going to give it to you straight, straight up, no chaser. And the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it is, you got to take the good with the bad. You got to explain it all. That's the best way to keep a fan engaged with their team and understanding everything that's going on. Yeah, if you're just constant, glazing everybody, then yeah, I mean you're not really helping the fan out. Got to do both. You have to venture down both roads, man. Both lanes have to travel equally. Critique, positivity, but then just explaining what happened. So I do want to look at that, and I'm going to bring that in next. And I'm trying to find their post game. One sec. All right. Here we go. Let me speed this one up because he was on a little bit more longer than usual. Dan Quinn. I like Dan Quinn, man. I think he's a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a dude. All right, let's bring in Dan Quinn here. Let's listen to him real quick. And then we'll break him down too. But as far as Dan, the one thing that he maybe didn't mention or should have mentioned last night, like that defense, they did such a good job the majority of the game. 9 first downs. That's it. 9 first downs for the Commanders last night. That's pretty incredible. 7 of the 9 were on passing. So that's where we need to clean things up, right? Because the defense in the run game did their job. They didn't allow these guys to run at all. 35 total rushing yards for the Commanders last night. 35, y'all. They had 160 last week. 160. That was against Miami, I believe. 35 yards. We had 169. 55 of it came from Josh Dobbs himself. He carried a third of our rushing performance last night. They averaged 2.1 yards per rush. You know, Calvin Shepard last night in his office is just probably sitting back with his feet kicked up with a Cohiba in his mouth. Like, yeah, we got it. Like, that's an epic performance there. Epic performance. 4.8 yards officially for the Lions per play on the ground. Lions committed too many penalties, man. 7 for 35. But on the other side, 11 for 84. And so we have some real smart and savvy guys that are trying to promote the penalty. One of my biggest complaints, y'all that know, one of my biggest complaints is that the Lions receivers do not try to cause PI enough. The great receivers do. That's just part of the plan. If I'm not getting open, if it's too tight, if I feel like I'm not going to have an opportunity to get targeted on a play, I'm going to try to cause a penalty. Now, it can go the other way if you're not careful, but the good receivers do that. It helps your team. Some people think it's a grimy way to play football. Look, as long as you're not LeBron James with a helmet on, I think you're okay. I think LeBron is, I don't like LeBron. I just don't. He's a hell of a basketball player, but just the way that he played the game, man, it's just grimy. Possession last night. Lions gained about 5 more minutes than the Commanders, 32-42 to 27-18. Lions had 2 turnovers. Washington had 1 turnover in the game. So Lions rushed the ball 35 times. The Commanders quit. They only rushed the ball 17 times last night, and they were 0 for 2 in the red zone. The Lions were 1 for 3. That number's not good enough. So in the red zone, we went through this the other day with Sam Laporta out and in, and we were averaging was it 46% red zone completion percentage or red zone touchdown rate? I think it was 46% for the Lions, and then it dropped all the way down to, I think, the mid-30s. That's not good enough. Like, these guys need to be in that 50% range or better. And I'll have to go back and look at the stats to see where everybody was last year. And I'll put all that out. Like, I'm going to put my season predictions out, and I'm going to put some of those efficiencies in there. Like, this is where I think we need to be if, the Lions are playing well in this area. I'm going to put some of those efficiencies. Every year, you already know what it is on defense for me. The number is what? Who knows the number? What's the number that we don't want an offense to score on us? How many points do we need to limit them to? And this is based on decades long of research that I've performed and others. And I always go back to this conversation. When I interviewed Glover Quinn, one of the things that I asked him was, how many points, did you consider an offense scoring on you that was manageable? Like, did you have, some sort of an agenda? Obviously, each team is different. If you're going up against an explosive offense, those things are going to change. But what was, the mantra kind of heading into each game? Like, where did you want your defense to be? Obviously, 0 is great, but we know that's not realistic. And at that time, the number was around 17 points. And I was at 21-ish, 22 is kind of what I was thinking. And so that number's kind of slowly gone up a little bit because the offense, the way that the league is kind of transitioned is more heavy offense. And all the penalties that they've created for the defense over the middle of the field, that's adding more to the offense. It's an offense league, man. It's just the way that it is now. It's an offensive-driven league. Points put, butts in seats. That's what they want to see. So 20 points is where I've been at. And that's not the official number this year. The official number for me this year is 19. I think that the Lions can average 19 points against, and if they do that, they're going to win 14 games. There's going to be some teams that they go up against, like the Bills in week 2. I mean, that's an explosive offense. So how are they going to limit them? There's going to be a lot of emotion into that game. High marks opening. One of the best but nicest rivalries probably in the league. It's like we're almost too good of friends with the Bills to kind of have a rivalry, but it's a rivalry nonetheless. and I think it's going to be an epic game. I really do. You got two explosive offenses, and beyond that, I think our defense, the way that they've been showing out, man, we might have a top 5 defense in the league this year. We might. We just need to be in the top 10 conversation. Offensive line just needs to be in the top 10 conversation. If those two things happen, man, I think we're going all the way. Obviously, health is the most important thing. Without it, we ain't doing nothing. And neither is anybody else. All right, let's get into Dan Quinn. Let's hear his version of what happened last night. And Washington Commanders, I haven't played your stuff before, but don't screw with me, please. Just let it be. I'll message you later. All right, here we go.
Few of the explosive passes, negative wise, there's a lot to be desired run game wise, offensively. Didn't like the pass pro, obviously, in the first series, and then the penalties, especially in the return game, like that kept pushing us back. And like that is one of the things that, we have hit the mark on a lot. And so to have some penalties, felt like the drive, now we're back to the 10, we're back for, and then the last piece, the 3rd and 4th down execution, I thought we lost both sides of that and wasn't up to the level that I would like.
So, Coach, just the way the game started offensively, was there any thoughts of maybe having Jay come out for a second series?
No, going into it, I knew if it was going to be 10 plays or 3 plays, I thought we were going to do the same thing defensively. So I just kind of stuck to the game plan of what we had. Fortunately, he's throwing an excellent camp. And so I've been pleased with what I've seen from him. It's important to get these looks, but I wanted to, if I set a plan up, I was going to stick to it.
And then last week you mentioned as far as the defense, always taking turnover, and they're starting to do that to start the game off.
Yeah, to see that was a great play by Meek, and I know there was like a big, fight for the ball as it got towards the end. So I think that Joseph was the one that ended up getting it, but like even in there to go dig for it and battle, that was a big deal. And obviously with Quan having another one, like that has to be just part of what we're doing and how we're thinking and the way we practice. So I like seeing those. And I thought, having some chances to get some 4th down stops today, those are the ones I look back. I'm looking forward to watching the tape tonight.
And Coach, could you talk about the other 2 quarterbacks, what you saw out of them in the last couple?
All right, hold on here. So he said, having a chance to get the 4th down stops. Dan knows he didn't get any 4th down stops, right? Dan Quinn? Because we were 2 for 2. So maybe I misunderstood what he was saying there. Maybe he was saying that he, wanted to get that chance and then they just blew it. But they were 0 for 2, man. Lions are 2 for 2.
Which is particularly in this game.
Yeah.
And their audio sucks too. I don't know what it is in the NFL, man. Like we started out having good audio this year and now it's just gone to crap. So at least I know for me, when I have audio issues or video issues or any sort of issues, technical, at least I know I'm not the only one. It's just part of the gig, man. It really is.
The thing that I liked, I did see some explosive plays, that were shots down the field. I think one was to Nash, another one to Bradley. I like the catch, that went to Williams. So I thought I'm seeing that into man-to-man to see some, the accuracy of where to go. So that part I was pleased with. And when you play a lot of man-to-man, those are the ops that you want to get. So they're battling for it. There'll be a bunch of things, we're going to want to look at to keep digging in. And another game coming up, it's so important for them, honestly, in the game, Donna, for those guys, managing the clock, working it all, being in tough scenarios, feeling the rush, that they don't do that in practice. So the next practice, the next game will also be super valuable for both of them.
And could you talk a little bit about the offensive line? What are you seeing there from the guys that started the game and throughout the game with the other guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of groups that went in and out. And so the first crew of Connerly and Cosme, I like how they're playing together, their communication. And Sam's really throwing a good camp. He's maybe playing the best, that I've seen him play in the couple, 3 years. He's on it. I like what I'm seeing, on the outside, at left tackle. So we got work to do to figure out, where we want to get to in center, but with a lot of people in, it wasn't like a 1 line, 2 line. So Wiley played some, and then we moved. You probably saw different guys at left tackle, right tackle. We rotated guys at guard. So today was about opportunities, giving guys their ops, and I'll look forward to taking a look.
Dan, how tricky is it for you guys to balance wanting Jaden to get work with knowing week one's what matters?
Yeah, you want to thread the needle as close as you can. And there's times in practice where he may take as many of the reps as he can. I think, we had a tough practice like Wednesday and Thursday, and he might have took 40, 45 of the plays, just runs, passes, just so he's getting into the game shape and the rhythm. So it helps with the joint practices. He can take a lot of those. But, all along the plan was to get him some work in this one too.
With only playing offense and defense players for one series, what was the ultimate deciding factor that you wanted to have the guys still playing off?
I think it's important going through the whole process, getting ready to go, new looks, tackling, just the space to go. You'd love to, break it up. Okay, you play 8.5 plays. This guy plays some, but it's not really how it goes. So I set, the course of this is how we go. And then when we hit that, I said, okay, this is how we're going to go.
What were your thoughts when you beat back in this field and forcing the ball for the touchdown?
Yeah, I just think it speaks to the competitor of who he is. I love what he's added to our team. I love seeing him and Mike battle for it, but he is a legit dog-ass competitor. I love that he brings that.
What about that catch Bradley made?
Yeah, it was fun. There was a lot of energy. If you guys, I don't know if you could see it on the sideline, there was a lot of people yelling N1, so there was a foul. So it was nice to see, a deep play like that. And as a receiver, like you want your chances for the shot play. So, the guys were excited for him on that one. And Nash as well.
Beyond the catch today with Bradley, he does some stuff on special teams.
Yeah.
Catching your eye, what do you think?
He has, in terms of like a competitive nature, and that was from the beginning. He wanted to return kicks. He wanted to be back for punt, knowing that there was going to be a spot for special teams. So I like JP the way he's competing, and that's what it's called upon. And so then to be rewarded with a big play like that, just competing, like he stands for that. And so he's developing. Bobby's doing a good job with him of more and getting to the action. So we like where he's headed.
Coach, I know you're still
Preseason game 1 till today, what do you think of Sonny?
Sonny, yeah. So I thought we had one, he's in excellent shape. We had 2 really tough practices back to back. That was kind of the peak of camp for us into that space. Seeing him get vocal, with the down guys, the communication has just ramped up. I felt defensively over the last couple of the days. Durante has some checks, that they get in and out of calls. And so being in charge and doing that, I felt like that was at a higher level over the week. And I was certainly glad to see that.
Coach, your front seven get pressure into that quarterbacks, even with the guys that are missing from time to time. Just how much time is that giving you a week from wrapping up this phase?
Yeah, it's important because when you're trying to look at it to say, all right, who beat somebody in pressure, or was it singled up? Was it a pass stunt that got them there? But the execution of that improved pass rush wise. I thought in the week 1 in the second half it felt slower to go, and so knowing Eric Henderson and their guys and Pags really dug in on that, I thought they took a step forward, and so I expect that to go again.
And the 5 takeaways so far, what's going to take for you guys to translate that to the regular season?
Yeah, I think number 1, what I'd like to see more of is some forced fumbles. Like into the contact, the second, the third guy in, more shots at it, because that's all part of it, and we've been training hard in that way. And what sometimes happens in the practice, you're thinking about it, and then you get into the game, and you're just, okay, I'm on to the next play and thinking about the call, and I want to make sure finish through the runner going all the way down and having that mindset to take your shot. So I'm looking forward to seeing how many shots on the ball, batted passes, PBUs, punches at it that are there, because the end result of 2 is nice, but I want to make sure we're going through the process to create them, because that's, to me, as important as just the end result. If you get 2 or 3, it's how are you creating them, how are you practicing it. So I'm looking forward to watching that.
I know you still need to watch the film, but after going back to the first offensive drive, what did you see go wrong up front when Jake was set?
I guess on the first play pass, I saw pressure inside, and then on the second one, it felt like outside with the tight ends. I think it was John and Chig that were there, so that was the look I had, but I didn't get a great view of it, but that's what it looked like to me, and so I'll look forward to go watch it.
Got time for one more?
With Juan's second pick preseason, is there something about this scheme that lets him play maybe more freely, or have you noticed any differences in him?
I don't think there's a difference with that. He's always somebody that has good ball skills, and he's got the speed to get to the locations for that. So I'm not surprised. He's had experience playing nickel. He is usually the best, when he's got as a high safety to come and make some plays. So we've seen him do that, so I was not surprised. In fact, to see those happen, I was glad. He's been working hard on, the deep catches, the different spaces. So if we can add more shots and our tackling, to create some fumbles, then I think everything gets elevated. But he's off to a great start.
All right, thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Kind of just a lot of rambling there. I mean, he did speak, to a little bit about what happened, but just like any coach, they've got to go and watch the film. The one thing that that I'll take away from this is their pressure plan last night. I thought in the beginning of the game it was effective. Towards the latter half of the game, it wasn't as effective. And maybe, the offensive line just kind of settled in. And look, this is game 2. This offensive line that, is getting more and more players, involved and active. Juice Scruggs finally get an opportunity to play. Like, the cohesiveness is not there. You can just tell it's not. There was a lot of mixed signals. And the fact that they rushed Amik Robertson right off the get and created that strip sack, fumble touchdown, that couldn't have felt good, right? That couldn't have felt good. But that rush plan, Dan Quinn is a genius with defense. He really is. And that rush plan was effective early, but I think that as the game wore on, again, not to try to repeat myself, I feel like the Lions did a much better job with it. Just kind of looking at some of the pressure stats from last night, the Commanders did put up 17 total pressures. This is according to PFF because not all the other sites are doing anything like Fox, ESPN Plus. They really don't start tracking anything until the regular season, at least from what I've seen. If you've seen something different, please tell me because I haven't seen anything. 17 pressures last night, 3 of which came from Maurice Hurst, and he was playing interior right tackle mostly last night. Former Michigan Wolverine. He's been in the league since 2018. 6'2", 290 pounds. So a little bit more of that Skylar Gill-Howard type. Gill-Howard's a little bit, shorter, but kind of that 285, 290 pound range. So a little bit smaller, slipperier, type of an athlete. 2 of them came from outside, right outside linebacker, Joshua Josephs. One came from the other side by Kane Medrano. 2 came from Javonte Jean-Baptiste. He was playing the right end. I think both of them came from the right side, if I remember correctly. And then Jeffrey Emba, defensive interior tackle, predominantly on the left side. He had 2 pressures, 2 hurries. Another outside linebacker. So they run a 3-4, had another pressure. Ricky Barber, another interior pressure. And 3 more outside linebacker pressures from Magi Iraniaga. Let's call him TJM. And then Omenahu picked up 1. So overall, 17. Now, PFF credited them with 6 sacks. I counted 5. Now, PFF has this funny way of counting sacks every year. It's always wrong. They count half sacks and they turn them into full sacks. So if you have, 2 guys that converge on a sack and they're supposed to get a half, each person gets a 1. At least that's what I've always noticed with PFF. They're always wrong in the sacks. Do not trust what they put up. ESPN is more accurate, but my NFL GSIS will be the most accurate, and we will put that out every week during the regular season. As far as how did it affect the quarterback, or quarterbacks in this case, 8 hurries, 3 hits, 5 sacks. That's not a good game, y'all. It's not a good game. The offensive line was under some pressure. On the other side, your Detroit Lions pressure plan of the night was intelligent, and it was working. 16 pressures, again, according to PFF. So just 1 less than Washington. The difference is Washington had 17 players active on the defensive plan in the pass rush department. The Lions, 23. Now, why is that number so much bigger? Take a guess. Why is it that the Lions have more players active in the pass rush department? And it's not just about, it's going to go back to what I've been telling y'all ever since the offseason. It's more about a scheme than it is anything else. It's not about putting more players on the field. What do you think it is? Let me check my latency too. Let me make sure that I'm on the low latency. If I'm streaming in 4K, then I can't do it. And of course I am. So I'm gonna be a little bit delayed on y'all. I apologize. I thought I put it on 1080 this morning. So what do you think it is? Why is it that the Lions have more players actively involved in the pass rush plan? Let's put it up for a question. Q&A. Why do the Lions have more players active in the pass rush plan? 23 versus Commanders 17. Let me make sure I got that number right again. 23 and 17. I'll give it a few seconds here because we're on delay. I'm going to run down the list while I'm waiting for your answers, but I'm going to intentionally not say certain players. Devin White, 2 pressures on 15 pass rush snaps, 2 hurries. I mean, come on, y'all. Like, that's an incredibly efficient night. Pass rush grade 90.6 according to PFF. Eric O'Neal last night popped up last night. 6 total pass rush opportunities. 1 pressure, 1 hit. His win rate last night, 40%. Devin White, 75. 90.4 overall for Eric O'Neal last night. But what have I said about Eric O'Neal? If you go back to DetroitFootballJournal.com, please subscribe today. Get your free subscription. I upgraded a lot of new subscribers last night. You'll get upgraded today. And I'm going to hand out those 1-year comped accounts randomly. I'm giving you at least 30 days. I might throw some 90 days in there. I might throw some 6 months in there. But 1 year, man, I'm giving away $50 to you just for subscribing for free. Derek Moore last night, 17 pass rush attempts. 2 total pressures. 1 sack. 1 hurry. 14.3% win rate. 14.3% win rate. And this is what I need to understand because... Oh, let me go back. I'm sorry. I read this wrong. 15 passes. Hold on. Let me see exactly what they call this in the key. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's 6, the first line is they're lined up on the field for a pass, right? It's a pass play. So 15 pass rush opportunities, 5 pass rushes for Devin White, 5 times that he rushed the passer. 33.3% of the time he was rushing the ball or rushing the quarterback for a 75% win rate. Derek Moore, this is not good. He's going to need a better plan. 17 opportunities, 16 times he rushed the passer for a 14.3% win rate. He needs that number to be a lot higher. A lot higher. Like 20 plus percent. Now he's a rookie, so he's going to get a pass, but that number needs to go way up. There's a huge drop-off between Eric O'Neal, Devin White, and then Derek Moore. So we went from a 90.6 to a 73.7. Still a hell of a grade for Derek Moore. Great night for Derek Moore. He did exactly what he needed to do, right? He got in, he got a pressure, and he did exactly, what we wanted to see out of Derek Moore last night. Transition those practice reps to the game and do it again. Hopefully he gets another opportunity next week. I wouldn't see why not, and it might be very limited. And obviously, I'm not even going to say the word. Levi Onwuzurike last night had 8 opportunities, 8 pass rush attempts, 2 pressures, 2 hurries for a 25% win rate for Levi Onwuzurike, man. This dude is battling so hard to make the roster, and he checked himself in last night. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say thank you. Someone earlier this morning said they loved the way that the show started with the national anthem. Yeah, it's something new that I'm doing. I've been doing the countdown with my song, and I've got other songs. I might have to throw the old Evolution one back in there because Dan Campbell keeps talking about Evolution, and honestly, this is another year for Evolution of this team. So I might have to go back to that intro. But the reason why I have an intro and the reason why, we start 3, 4, 5 minutes after we start, after I press go, is because 1, you want people to get notified. 2, you want to make sure the stream is running and it's good. And 3, I used to just always go in and clip all that out and edit it, but YouTube's taken 24 hours to process everything. So I just can't go in and edit it right away, but that's why. It's just for me to get set up, to get rolling, make sure that, I'm good to go, finish the last few things I got to finish, and make sure everything is good. That's why we do it. But again, I started doing that a long time ago, and then, like Pat McAfee does, I think this is 10 minutes. But there's a reason for it. It's just part of broadcast, man. It's just making sure that you're good. Skylar Gill Howard, he had the 5th best night of the night. 19 opportunities. He rushed the passer 19 times. One total pressure, 1 hit, no sacks. His win rate, 17.6. That doesn't make any sense to me. Hold on. How does Derek Moore, how is he 16 of 17 rushing the passer, has 2 pressures, and he's a 14.3? But Gil Howard rushed the passer 2 more times, had 2 more opportunities, has 1 less pressure, and his win rate is higher? How the hell does that make sense? I'm gonna have to dig into these numbers and try to figure out exactly. Thank God I'm not going to use them in the season as much as I used to. DJ Wana, man, he had a limited opportunity last night. 9 opportunities, 7 times he rushed the passer, had a pressure, had a sack. Very early in the game, 16.7% win rate. Malcolm Rodriguez last night had 11 opportunities, only rushed the passer twice. And he had 1 total pressure, one QB hit for a 25% win rate. Roger McCreary, 10 total opportunities, rushed the passer 1 time, 1 total pressure, 1 hurry, 100% win rate. Anthony Lucas, 10 opportunities, 9 times he rushed the passer, 1 total pressure, 1 quarterback hit, 12.5% win rate. Numbers got to go up. Ahmed Hassanin had a lighter night, and I noticed this in the film last night too. They had a plan for Ahmed last night. 16 pass rush attempts, or 16 opportunities, 13 attempts, 2 pressures, 2 hurries, 7.7 win rate. So he fell way off from his first preseason game, but Hassanin hasn't fallen off of anything. He's going to be just fine. Tyleik Williams did play last night, and I didn't notice this. I didn't see Tyleik Williams in the game at all. But he had 4 opportunities, 4 times he rushed the passer, no stats. Tyler Lacey, 3 of 3, no stats. So if I were to turn this back around and upside down, it goes McCreary, Devin White, Eric O'Neill, Levi Onwuzurike, Skylar Gill Howard, DJ Wanham, Derek Moore, Miles Adams, Anthony Lucas, Ahmed Hassanin, and those are all the players that registered a pressure or had some sort of a win rate. Mekhi Wingo actually had a pressure, but they didn't give him a win rate, which I don't know why, but he would have been 1 of 20, so it should have been 5%. And same thing for Malcolm. No, I'm sorry. I lied. His was, it was 0%. It should be 5%. All right, now I'm going to come back to my question. Why is it that the Lions had more players active in the pass rush plan versus the Commanders than what the Commanders did? Let's see if any of you guys answered it. Robbie, is that your answer? The Lions were winning their 1v1 matches more than the Commanders' defense? Is that your answer? Just put a thumb in the chat. Damn, did anybody even participate? Here's the answer. Because the Lions are rushing players from everywhere. That's the answer. So when you look at this list, you have Rocky Sin, Avante Maddox, Christian Izzian, Keith Abney, Roger McCreary. That's 5. I missing anybody? He had 5 DBs involved in the pass rush game. And that's exactly what I was telling you all very early in the offseason, that when they go to this nickel package, and the reason why we don't have to depend on just Aiden or depend on just the other side, whoever's going to be over there, Wanham or Hassanin or Lacey, whoever you want to put over there. The reason why Aiden doesn't have to have 15, 20, 25 sacks is because you don't need him to. You just need Aiden to do his job. That's it. Set the edge, then get after the passer. Control the run game first, get after the passer second, depending on the down and distance, depending on what the call is. If they're passing, you're going. But if it's a rundown, you have to focus on the run game first. You do not need Aiden to always ball out of control, get too wide, and open up a lane. You don't need that. But now in the nickel, he might have a safety valve behind him. So now if you have an extra DB in there that's lined up on his side, now there's an argument to be made between strong side, weak side, and how you deploy the nickel, and then how you deploy, your rush end to have that safety valve behind him. So if you have another guy lined up on his side of the ball, wherever Aiden is, and you go heavier on that side, typically it's going to be the weak side. Then Aiden can do whatever he wants to do, because if he loses his battle, if he does something stupid and gets too wide or too deep, you have a safety valve right there. That's why you don't need Aiden to have all these sacks this year. He just needs to play solid football. So if he has 10, 11, it's still a great season. But I'm expecting to see 10, probably more, and I haven't settled on a number yet, sacks from our DBs this year. And that is huge, because and I'll look at last year's. Matter of fact, I better write this down and do some research. Hopefully I can get it done before somebody else steals my idea. I'm going to research DB sacks year over year and then estimate or predict 2026 and why it'll be different. I'll try to work on that today. Before I forget, I do plan on doing other streams on the other channel, like I said this morning, but I do plan on doing some of the, NFC North games this year whenever I'm home for an away game. If I'm not going to the away game, then obviously we'll always do the live stream for the away game. And then I might flip to the other channel. And then if there's another opportunity to watch another team, I'll do that too. Time willing. Obviously, I still have a life. I still have a lady to answer to and make sure that the things are done in my life and then around the house too. So as long as I have time. But that's the plan. At least want to start doing some more, and get some more people involved. So that was one of the biggest things I wanted to share this morning. But next I want to get into, I guess, my overall thoughts on kind of what happened. And so here's this. Let me just brief break. We'll come back, and then I'm going to put this up for you guys to see.
Every day, thousands of people are discovering Uper Lights, Michigan's newest, funnest rock to go find on the shores of the Great Lakes. Don't go out with just any light. Try the Convoy C8 from UperLights.com. It's guaranteed for life, and you'll find all the ones everyone else misses. Quality UV lights that are perfect for Uper Lights, with prices starting as low as $20. Please make sure to visit UperLights.com for all your UV flashlight needs, with the best guarantees on the market. Just what you wanted and not what you didn't. The best quality, the best guarantees, and the best UV flashlights from UperLights.com.
All right. All right, on the screen now, or in a second here. There we go. This is what I found in PFF that I've never noticed it before. I'm not saying it's never been there, but I've never noticed it before. So this is a coverage versus receiving report, and I started doing this last year on my own. I was tracking it, and I was trying to track it at the end of every game, which is very, very tough to do. It takes a lot of work. But now if they're tracking it, and I know other sites are starting to track it this year too, then this will obviously help, for us to be able to break down just how these players are playing and are they the reason why, we're having difficulty in a game. So let's look at Keith Abney right away. And let me get my little work up here. All right, so for Keith Abney, obviously Washington found some meaningful yardage against Abney. Actually, hold on. Let me transition this to something else real quick so I can put it in front of me. I wrote some notes out this morning that I want to share. So for the coverage breakdown portion of today's show, which I'm going to continue on for the rest of the season too. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Now I should be able to read it and be able to pay attention to the chat. All right, so for Keith Abney, Washington obviously found... All right, there we go. Washington obviously found meaningful yardage against Abney, especially when they targeted him. Jaden Bradley accounted for a 30-yard gain, and Antonio Williams added 21. And really the concern wasn't the targeting, right? It was more so the explosive value of those completions that is a bit worrisome. Now, look, he got exposed a little bit last night. He's still a young DB. Does this erase all of the positivity that, the momentum that he's had so far into the season? Absolutely not. Abney still remained very physical last night. The coverage results were just much worse than the Cincinnati opener and much worse than what he's been producing in practice. So this is where, again, I hate to use the word evaluation 1,000 times, but this is where the evaluation becomes more clear. And this is where you find those moments in your game to fix. So it's good that it's a preseason game because now he has really good tape on himself to figure out what he actually did wrong. And then my goal with this is every week, starting this week, I'm going to go back and I'm going to do a little bit of a film review, and then I'm going to put it up on DetroitFootballJournal.com. So make sure you guys get signed up today. And then I've also got a secret plan that I will share with the members of this channel that we're going to be doing some other film review. And I'll let you guys know that here soon once I walk it all out. So Keith Abney's targets last night, I don't think it was alarming. at all. But 4 targets, 3 catches, 56 yards. So a 75% completion rate against Abney. 18.7 yards per catch, way too much. 2 first downs allowed. So bad night. Now, if that's all that happened in a game, for all the DBs, okay, fine. So it really matters as to what the other DBs were doing when he was on the field. Were they getting peppered? Were they getting targeted? Were they getting completions? Were they getting big explosive plays? Those are the plays that Calvin Shepard wants to limit the most. Right? This was a big problem for us, over the last couple of years. So he got exposed. Not the end of the day. Right? So it's not the end of his career. He's still growing. He's still great. Roger McCreary last night. Every target was completed. Again, that's not good. But Washington gained almost nothing against Roger McCreary last night. He kept all 3 receptions underneath. He prevented any explosives and no first downs. So I think that's a really great example of why every completion and completion percentage can get blown out of proportion. Yep, he allowed 100% completions. But he only allowed 16 yards, y'all. That's a fantastic night. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Let me scroll down so we can kind of stay in line. All right, Ennis Rakestraw. Oh, let me finish McCreary. Sorry. So on his night, McCreary had 3 targets, 3 catches, 16 yards. 5.3 yards per target. Phenomenal numbers. The longest catch of the night against was 7 yards and a goose egg for first downs. So everyone's saying that McCreary's not the guy. He's the guy. I think he's going to be just fine at nickel. He's not going to have a clean game every week, but I think that he did really well last night. And I think that there's a lot to build off of here. Ennis Rakestraw surprised everybody by getting in the game a little bit late. Now, he wasn't targeted often, which I'm surprised because he had a bum ankle. But both of the completed passes hurt bad, right? Jaden Bradley gained 12. Jacoby Jones hit for another 24. So both of those pass plays moved the chains. And the issues really weren't efficiency against him. 36 yards on only 3 targets. Washington didn't attack him repeatedly, but they got productive results when they did. So Rakestraw last night, maybe he's still a little banged up. Maybe that ankle wasn't where it needed to be. But then again, you know how Calvin Shepard is, man. The same thing he said to Terry and Arnold last year. Look, we're not going to play the injury game. If you're injured, you get out. We're not going to make excuses. So there can't be any excuses. And I'm not saying that Ennis made any because I haven't heard. I don't think he did. I don't think he would. 3 targets, 2 catches, 36 yards, 66.7 completion percentage against, 18 yards per catch, way too much, and 2 first downs. So he and Abney last night got torched up. Those were the 2 players so far out of 3 that got torched up. Was not a great display. Now, why? Where was the rest of our defense at? Why were they, getting peppered and targeted and having those early completions against them and moving the chains? Where was the pass rush, right? Pass rush is absolutely needed to help your DBs and vice versa. You have to be able to stay sticky to help your pass rush. So when I could dive into the film a little bit more, we're going to look at that. I'm going to look at pass rush, and then I'm going to look at, the completions for both plays or on the same play, and then see what happened, where was the breakdown, what was the time to throw, all of that. All right, Nick Whiteside, next player down. Can you guys see the screen okay? Let me know. Just give me a thumb up. Good morning, Hassanin Mahdi. Good morning. Jason Mallory, good morning. Nightbot, go to bed, dude. You're drunk again. I don't see Cruisin in here, but Cruisin, good morning. I think I missed some people. Randall, Schaub, good morning. Thanks for the message the other day. Edge, good morning. If I'm missing anybody, you know it's not by purpose. Sunburst, good morning. All right. Let's go to Nick Whiteside. This was probably the roughest coverage line of the night. Nick Nash put up a 55-yard reception against Whiteside. And that was the most of the damage of the night. Antonio Williams added 10. Whiteside didn't allow a touchdown, but Washington averaged 23 yards last night against Whiteside. Every time it threw at him, and that's a painful point for his development right now because he's been absolutely stupendous. I mean, he's been fantastic throughout camp. So after, very strong start to his season, starting, very early in OTAs and in a good Cincinnati game, this was a clear step backwards for him, but I think that there's some teaching tape here, right? We call it teach tape. Oh, my arms need to be 1 inch longer. I dropped my pen. Hold on. So for Nick Whiteside last night, 3 targets, 3 catches, 69 yards, 100% completion rate against, 23 yards per target, longest catch of the night against, 55 yards. At the end of the day, man, he has to get better, right? You can't have days like this and expect to win football games. Now, if it happens in a vacuum where it's a one-off, we don't know what the calls were, right? We don't know what the defense was, at least yet. I mean, we'll be able to look by the alignment, but we don't know what the call was. And we don't know if there was a missed assignment. We don't know if they, was the route not handed off, well enough? Was there bad communication? There's a lot of things that can happen here. And we don't honestly know if Calvin Shepard was just testing something. Were they testing some sort of a new coverage? Something that they've been working on that maybe they're just not there yet. So all of those things considered, it's just a lapse in his play for 1 week, 1 game, and thank God it's preseason, right? He gets another shot next week. But Whiteside also, I don't think that his snap counts were crazy. I'll come back to that. We'll look at snap counts at the end. I thought he was limited on snap count last night, but I could be wrong. All right, Chuck Clark. Chuck Clark, man, he had a couple of nice hits, a couple of nice tackles last night, playing cleanup duty at times, but he handled his coverage extremely well. Craig Reynolds caught an 8-yard underneath pass, and then Clark broke up the other target against Colston Yankoff. What a last name, Yankoff. Jeez. No, his childhood must have been terrible. Holy cow. Man. No explosive gains against Chuck Clark. No touchdowns. Only 8 total yards gained against the vet, man. I mean, just a clean, controlled night for Chuck Clark. Really, really, really good last night. Let's break down his totals. 2 targets, 1 catch, 8 yards, a 50% completion rate against, 1 PBU. So just 4 yards per target. Like, that's a hell of a night, man. And this is the guy that's filling in for Kirby, or Branch, right? I mean, he's filling in for one of them. I'm not even sure where he spent the most of his time yet, just because I kind of forgot. I thought that they had him at strong safety, and then I also thought they had him up in the post too. I need to go back and watch the film for him, obviously, to see where he played. But we've run a lot of 2 safety shell a lot. But again, I'll dive into that. I know it's kind of weird that I'm going to talk about Ahmed Hassani next in the coverage game, but it's important because I did also see some of our defensive linemen drop back in coverage last night. So Ahmed, he was asked to handle Katron Allen in coverage once and gave up a completed pass. But here's the big takeaway. 0 net yards. And for an edge defender dropping into coverage, that is successful. The completion percentage doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter at all. What matters here is that they gain nothing on the play. What also matters is why the hell PFF gives them a 57 when they literally gained no yards. He stayed under control. He took care of the play. Would he get a 57? So you're damn near perfect. You gave up one catch and you get a 57? Come on, PFF. Like, what's up with that, man? Their algorithm is for the birds. So Ahmed's night, 1 target, 1 catch, no receiving yards, 4 yards of yak, no first downs. No first downs. Trevor Nowaski. Freaking now, man. Freaking now. By the way, I made a t-shirt for that. It's going to be launching on September 1st. Let's talk about Nowaski here just for a moment. He allowed 1 underneath completion last night to Jacoby Jones and immediately ended the play. No explosive gain. No yak yardage after the catch. There isn't any volume here against Nowaski. And so it's kind of hard to make the larger judgment call on where he is dropping into coverage right now. But the lone target caused minimal damage, man. Minimal damage. And no emotional damage. So that's good, right? 1 target, 1 catch, 7 yards. 7 yards per target. Dropped him where he caught it. No yak. No first downs. Great work by Trevor Nowaski. Let's jump into DJ Reed. DJ Reed was flying around a little bit last night. So Reed allowed just a short completion to Luke McCaffrey. Limited him to 1 yard of yak. And then Washington gained 6 yards and nothing more. So combined with Reed's aggressive tackling against the run, this was a very steady performance for Reed last night. I mean, it's what we would expect out of the vet. You know, you need him to be able to stand tall against anybody and really put the clamp down. So last night was good to see that, well, 1, he wasn't going to get targeted a whole lot, but 2, when he did, it was, again, minimal damage. Very minimal damage. So on Reed last night, 1 target, 1 catch, 6 yards, 1 yard of yak, 0 TDs, 0 first downs. Remember, Washington only had 9 first downs last night. And a few of those happened very early in the game, very early in the coverage, conversation when we're talking about Abney, Rakestraw, who else? Whiteside. I mean, that's where a lot of the big explosive plays happen and a lot of the first downs happen. So young guys, right? Young guys. And a lot of guys that probably won't be starting. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Hate that. Devin White. White allowed Antonio Williams last night to turn 1 target into 10 yards. Most of the damage came after the catch, so he gained 6 yards with yak last night. Sample size really small here. But I think that the particular rep last night is more about finishing the tackle sooner for Devin White, more than, allowing this guy to get downfield. Can't get beaten downfield. But Devin White has played extremely well so far. I am not worried about Devin White whatsoever. I think that he's going to settle in nicely into this defense. He's going to be a very welcomed addition on game day, man. I think he's going to make some big plays for us this year. So 1 target last night, 1 catch, 10 yards, 6 yards of yak, 10 yards per target, no touchdowns. And I guess the bigger takeaway from this is when I look at the film on this one, what was behind him? Was he on an island? Was there any help at all? Were the routes, causing chaos over the middle? Like what? I just got to look at it all and kind of figure out what happened to really give you a better answer as to, his coverage potential. But I don't think that they brought Devin White in just for coverage potential. I think they brought him in to shut down the run game. Joe Bocci last night. Let's talk about old Joe. Old Joe. Washington last night really didn't get any production against Bocce. They had an incompletion that came with a receiver drop rather than PBU or Bocce breaking up the pass. It was a drop. So that result still positive. 0 yards, but the play shouldn't really be treated as a coverage win, if you will. Now, had he caught the pass, we don't know what would have happened after the fact, but he had 1 target, 0 catches, 0 yards, 1 receiver drop, no first downs. Rockeson last night. Man, what a great game for Yassine. He allowed a 3-yard completion last night to Diami Brown. Let me get him up a little bit higher here. And immediately shut it down. Like, that is winning football right there. That is a winning defensive result as a corner. The pass was completed. Okay, what do you do next, right? They gained really nothing. So it created no first down, no explosive plays, and Yassine was only targeted 1 time, 1 catch, 3 yards, 0 yak, 0 first downs, and 0 touchdowns. I love to see the 000s up there, man. Avonte Maddox, he had another good night. Like, Maddox has been producing all throughout camp. One of the best individual results despite allowing a completion against Luke McCaffrey, caught a 5-yard pass behind the line of scrimmage, and then guess where it went? Nowhere. And that's exactly what underneath coverage should look like. And it's exactly what it should produce. When you're playing underneath coverage in a zone concept or, I don't even know if they were in nickel, but I assume that they were in a zone concept underneath. That rallying immediately to the football. Like, these guys are buzzing around all over the place last night. I know that there was some big plays at times, and our offense was stuttering at times, but you really got to take your hat off to this defense. A lot of hats on the football. What do I call it? Who knows what I call it? Right? What do I call it? This is the defense I've been waiting for, man. This stuff gets me so excited. But anyway, creating a negative play, for the offense is exactly what you expect out of veterans like Avonte Maddox and Rockeson, right? And DJ Reed. And all 3 of those guys played incredibly. Now, they weren't targeted a whole lot, just 1 target each. But it's the output that matters the most, right? It's what's on that stat line that matters the most. Now, there's more to the game than the stats, right? We still need to go in and look at how did they perform in the run game. Again, the communication, the trade-offs or the handoffs, the route handoffs. But they didn't run the ball either. So that tells you that our DBs were where they needed to be. There you go. J-Rod says the Honolulu Blue swarming pride. So my defense, I called it the hive defense. All right, the hive defense. And quite literally, those of you that are new this morning, what it is you want your guys buzzing around the football, but the more hats you have on the ball, the better. It's like a hive, right? So when, the ball carrier's the queen bee, every other worker bee goes and surrounds that queen bee to protect it, right? It's kind of the same analogy he used for being a hive defense. You want every single player surrounding that football. One, so it can break an explosive, or get a first down, or if somebody misses a tackle, somebody else is there to clean it up. And that's exactly what these guys played like last night, was a hive defense. Derek Barnes. I didn't even think he was playing last night. I was surprised that he was. And then when I saw 55 on the field, I'm like, wow, they actually got him in the game. Didn't hear a whole lot from him, but they got him in the game. Barnes allowed Van Jefferson to gain 13 yards and move the chains on his only target of the night. So, again, a small sample size prevents really the broader conclusion as far as, where's his game at now? Or will it, where will it be during the season? But Washington won that matchup against Barnes, but most of the damage came before the catch, not after the catch. And I think that that's a good measuring stick for Barnes, that, yeah, he might have been out of position. And Yeah, he made it, gave up, some yardage after the catch, or I'm sorry, before the catch, but at least it wasn't after the catch. So 1 target, 1 catch, 13 yards per target, 1 first down, and it's only 1 yard a yak. So really it was a catch for 12 and then 1 yard a yak. But Barnes dropped him, just about right where he caught the football. And again, that's exactly what I'm looking for out of these guys. Let's go to Rodriguez. Malcolm. Look, he allowed the tight end Chig Okonkwo to gain 10 yards on his only coverage target of the night. 8 of those yards came before the catch. So Washington created most of the separation before Rodriguez was able to even close. So it wasn't a major explosive or anything. I mean, it's just still a nice completion for Washington, but a very productive end result for Rodriguez to get in there and shut it down. So 1 target, 1 catch, 10 yards, 2 yards a yak, no touchdowns. So I guess the overall read of the night for me is I think our DBs played pretty well. Our starters played really well, or the perceived starters. Our vets played really well. The young guys, the Abneys, the Rakestraws, the Whitesides of the night, they got carved up. They got carved up at times. And it'll get corrected. But the good news is, when we're running a nickel D, those guys are going to be on the field with, 3 or 4 other vets. If you look at what this defense is going to look like probably week 1, it's going to be DJ Reed, Rock Ya-Sin, Avonte Maddox, or Harper, and Chuck Clark. So when your nickel defense is on the field, you're going to have 1 younger guy potentially in there, unless they roll 3 safeties, right? Which is typically more of a dime, but you could run 3 safeties in a nickel. A DB is a DB. So if Nick Whiteside or Keith Abney or Ennis Rakestraw, are out there with one of the older guys, I feel more comfortable with that. And I feel more comfortable that these guys are running, more of this hive defense, that they're going to be there to kind of close up, the old barn door if one of these young guys kind of, lets the horses run. So I think the most important context of the night honestly came from Roger McCreary. For a lot of negative feedback that he seems to get from our fans, I don't know why. He allowed 100% completion rate. So what? 16 yards on 3 catches. It's a damn good night. Whiteside, he allowed only 3 catches, but they were big, right? 69 yards. So you see the difference, right? A vet, 3 for 16. A young guy, 3 for 69. Yardage and explosive plays, more, completion yards, more completion percentage for a young guy versus the vet. So I think our vets did a great job. When we get back, we're going to get into the rest.
Well, this guy's been everywhere tonight. He got drilled by Jack Campbell again.
Bam! Meets him right there, runs his feet. Jack Campbell wraps him up. Doesn't get any better than that. Textbook linebacker play. What the f*** I'm talking about?
Man, I just love that song. I got to play it. I hit some music this morning. One sec. All right. So, overall, man, I mean, I'd like to know what you guys think, but I really think that our DBs did a good job last night. So, for the post-game morning roar, like, there's not a whole lot to roar about today, outside of the fact that our young guys just have more work to do, and it's expected. It's not news. It's just is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, it's these guys are young. And as long as they can grow every single week, then I think we're going to be all right. So we covered the DBs. All right, so let's do a stock up, stock down report here. Just got to find it. Let's take a look at what Tim Twentyman said, and then we'll do the stock up, stock down. Usually I do this during the week, but since, it's a Saturday game, we'll just do it today. Good old Tim. Timmy. You guys have big plans for the day? What y'all doing on this Sunday? I didn't even check the schedule. Is there any extra football on today? So tonight, Seattle Seahawks, Tennessee Titans. Let's watch that game. If I have an opportunity to go live, I will do it. And I'll do it on the other channel, the NFL channel, which is hold on. I forgot. I just changed the name. At DFJ Sports. At DFJ Sports. Where is it at? Come on. Open. At DFJ Sports NFL. So DFJ Sports NFL. That's where I'll be tonight. We'll see if we can get some people over there. Assuming I have the time to do it. I should. But we'll see. All right, Tim Twentyman. Here's what he had to say about the game last night. Lions head coach Dan Campbell said this week that he wanted to see growth from this team, especially the young players. And from the first preseason loss to Cincinnati to Saturday's matchup with Washington at Ford Field, the Lions generated more total yards of offense, 279, allowed fewer total yards, 243, were better on third down, 52.9%, and turned it over fewer times than they did in the preseason opener. It added up to a Lions victory as they improved to 1-1 in the preseason with a 17-13 win in front of 50,000 fans. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of fans that showed up yesterday. All right, so after a slow start that included the fumble recovery for the Commanders' touchdown with an interception, on Detroit's first 2 offensive drives, starting quarterback Josh Dobbs put Detroit on the board with a 50-yard run on that read option midway through the first quarter. Wide receiver Tay Martin and tight end Tyler Conklin had great blocks to spring Dobbs. So there we go. Tay Martin checks the box right there. So that is a huge play downfield. And, Detroit Football Journal, I'm just wondering. I can't remember what I wrote now on Tay Martin. I didn't get a lot of views on this for some reason. So blocking, I knew that was one of them, but win his routes, finish contested catches, handle every assignment, show he can handle special teams. So blocking was a big one for me, for Tay Martin. So he kind of checked that box, right? Kind of checked that box last night. It's just one, small sample size, but at least he did it. Commanders' 27-yard field goal midway through the third quarter gave them a 10-7 lead until Travion Williams punched it in 1 yard out and gave Detroit their first lead of the contest. What do you guys think about Travion Williams? What do you think about Travion? Do you think that he has a chance after the way he performed last night? Heart Cash. I thought it was the Sea Hags or the Sea Hicks. Sea Chickens. That's what I always used to call them. Aw, Trace, I'm sorry. J Rod says this was church today. Uh-oh. So what do you think? Does Travion have an opportunity to make this squad after his performance last night? I think that's an interesting development, to be honest with you. Let's do a quick poll. I don't even know how many people are in, but let's do a quick poll. I think he gained an edge. I really do. I mean, the way that he ran last night. Let's see if I can spell his name right. That would be helpful. The way he ran last night, man, it was explosive. And we did dig into him a little bit last night with his special teams play, because you got to remember, if you're going to overtake Vaki or Sailors, you have to be able to play in special teams. In the last couple of seasons, prior to last year, he was in like 240, 260 special team snaps. So he was pretty much playing all season. Played a lot of special team snaps. The question is, how did he perform, right? And I haven't been able to dig that far into it. But, man, I kind of like Travion Williams. I would say at a minimum, there might be a chance that he can land on the squad. And with Isaiah Pacheco right now, like if there's any question whatsoever about his start to the season, I think you have to keep Travion Williams. He's more of that shorter, compact, style of a runner. 5'8", 206 pounds. It's kind of that thick, dense bowling ball, like a David Montgomery style. He's been in the league since 2019. He's hopped around to like 4 or 5 teams. He was with 4 teams last year. Patriots, Browns, Chargers, and then Browns again. And now with the Lions. But he spent the first 5 seasons with the Bengals. He spent 1 season with the Patriots. Went to the Super Bowl last year with the No. He was with the Super Bowl runner-up Patriots throughout the season last year. We'll see where that develops. All right, so we'll go through the rest of this here. So he talks about Travion Williams punching it in from a yard out, gave us our first lead. A big 4th and 2 stop at the Washington 39-yard line.
Big time stop by that defense.
By the Lions defense with just under 7 minutes left in the game, led to a 37-yard field goal and a 17-13 lead. Jackson Meeks, man, he really had a fantastic night last night. Forced a fumble on the ensuing kickoff with linebacker Eric Hunter recovering the ball at the Washington 25-yard line. That allowed the Lions to get one first down and run the clock out for the win. QB comparison. Dobbs got to start, played the first and third quarter. He was sacked by Amik Robertson, fumbled at the Detroit Lions 18-yard line after the ball was kicked around a bit. It was eventually recovered in the end zone by the Commanders for the first points of the contest. You know, I had a question last night that came into my email. And the question was, Will, I thought you couldn't advance a fumble for a score or advance a fumble, period. And just want to make sure I'm 100% clear on this. The rule is for the offense, you can't fumble the ball forward and advance it. For the defense, well, if you cause a fumble and that fumble continues to roll towards the end zone, there's really no rule unless the ball was actually kicked. Now, Tim Twentyman uses the word kick. If that ball was kicked last night, which I didn't notice, then that should not have been a touchdown. That ball should have came all the way back to where it was kicked. So it could even be a penalty. It used to be a delay of game penalty. But it was a good question. Well, it was a good question. So the real answer, a defensive player cannot intentionally kick a loose ball. You know, maybe he just used the word kick. Again, we'll have to go in and watch the film and see exactly what happened there. You know what? Let me just pull up the film real quick. I put in fumble under the search results, and it doesn't come up with anything. How's that possible? All right, I'm watching the film right now. Let's see if this ball was kicked. Wait a second. Why is it only showing me the Lions portion? Hold on. Let me just go to the play-by-play. Fumble. It was literally like the third play of the game. All right, here we go. All right, Robertson smacks him. We'll go to the end zone look. I don't think the ball was kicked. Man, Dobbs just never looked. He just never looked. He just turns around with his eyes downfield and gets smoked. Oh, shaky camera. Yeah, that ball wasn't kicked. So I have a question because I honestly don't know this answer, but what line was down there in the end zone? That was, is that Borum? I think it was Borum. Couldn't he have just thrown the ball to the back of the end zone? Wouldn't that have just been a safety as opposed to a touchdown? I don't know that answer. If you know, honestly, no, let me know. I don't know that answer. All right, let's get back into this. So Dobbs completed 7 of 12, 74 yards, interception, 41.7 passer rating. Also rushed for 53 yards, including that 50-yard touchdown. Altmaier played the second and fourth quarters. He completed 9 of his 13 pass attempts for 86 yards, no touchdowns or interceptions, 87.3 rating. Dan Campbell, said that the backup quarterback job is still open between Dobbs and Altmaier. So listening to Dan Campbell last night when he said that, when he said Altmaier, he feels like he still sees the field well, but needs a lot of reps, needs more reps. Does that mean, in your opinion, is he favoring Dobbs right now? I think he is. Obviously, what do you say? Gibbs, Pacheco, Sionovaki did not play, which gave the reserves opportunities. Lions, 169 yards on the ground. Travion Williams, 63. Jacob Sailors, 32. Blackshear's 29. Jabari Small, 16. Williams also had the 24-yard reception. Man, Williams really had a great night last night. Key stat, Detroit wants to get back to being a physical running football team after finishing 14th in rushing offense last season. The Lions got the Commanders in the run game, got after the Commanders in the run game Saturday to the tune of 169 on 35 carries, 4.3 average and 2 rushing touchdowns. Cedric Wilson, offensive lineman Michael Neese, both left the game with undisclosed injuries, did not return. It sounds like Wilson is going to be out for a little bit. That's the way Dan Campbell kind of made it seem last night. I thought I banned the word Titans. So Gaviscon Khan, you are a Titans fan, huh? Not a Lions fan? I mean, it's all good. It's not a big deal. What was the what was the score in 2024? 52-14? I think it was. Lions smoked the Titans. I gave my tickets up to Giovanni Manu's recruiter to go to that game. I was supposed to go to dinner with Giovanni Manu that night and never did. I didn't go to the game. Wasn't feeling good. Felt like crap. All right, stock up, stock down, man. Let's just do it. So at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot that we can take away from this game because we still have, we still have very limited scope or view on all these players. The film will help to a degree, especially for the offensive line. But Josh Dobbs, I think his stock is still steady. Like you can't blame him for that sack. But then again, when I go back and look at that play, Brock Wright totally let Amik Robertson go. He went out there and bumped him and then let him go. Like, what was he thinking? And was that Josh Dobbs not turning his head because Brock Wright would have been wide open? The problem is, as soon as Dobbs got back and set on that play, I mean, I've never seen something more ungifted in my life by this player. That can't be Ben Barch. But he's wearing, God, is that 79 or 78? It's got to be 79. It's Larry Bourne. I've never seen something more ungifted in my life with that pass blocking attempt on that play. Like, he engages and then he like turns his body. It should have been a holding call, but he's the one that allowed the pressure inside to get to Dobbs. That's what made Dobbs move his feet. And so when Dobbs started to move and Brock Wright loses his block, Dobbs had nothing else to do other than to turn and start to run and not realizing that Amik Robertson was free. You could only imagine what was going through his head. But I will say this about Amik Robertson. I think it was a bad idea to let him go, number one. I think that he was very much a very important piece of that room. And had this crap with Terry and Arnold been known before that decision was made, I think Amik would still be here. What's even more funny about that is you guys know how I feel about shorter corners. But if you prove yourself in the league and then you come to Detroit, it's different. I would never take a short corner out of the draft, ever. And Amik really could have hurt Dobbs last night. He really could have hurt him. And he didn't. And he put a shoulder into him. It looked bad, but he laid way off. And the way I can tell is the way that he finished the play. When he makes contact with Dobbs, he lowers his shoulder. I'm playing it right now. He lowers his shoulder, and he could have finished forward and drove him into the ground, which I think would have been a penalty. But he kind of let him go. It's a great hit. Perfect form tackle. He really could have hurt Dobbs, but he didn't. So, hats off to Amik for being a pro. It was a great play by him last night. Great play. Borum's got to get his shit together. That did not look good. That did not look good at all. All right, now we'll go stock up, stock down. right after this.
Well, this guy's been everywhere tonight. He got drilled by Jack Campbell again.
Bam! Meets him right there, runs his feet. Jack Campbell wraps him up. Doesn't get any better than that. Textbook linebacker play. What the f*** I'm talking about?
All right, so 29 offensive snaps for Josh Dobbs last night, 7 to 12, 74 yards, and 1 interception, 1 fumble lost. But he also carried the ball 2 times for 53 yards and a TD. Overall, I think his stock is steady. He's not rising, he's not falling. It's steady. But I also want to be very clear here that we just don't have a lot on these guys. We really don't. Now, I'm gonna do the skim version of this because I still got to put this into an article, and there is a ton of info that I have in here. I worked all morning on it. And it's a lot, but I'm gonna try to skim it down a little bit. Dobbs produced the biggest offensive play of the day with that 50-yard read option touchdown. It's exactly what he can do for this team. He can help this team, utilizing his legs. Like, I don't think he's going to get any opportunities throughout the season. Maybe Petzing and Dan Campbell draw some stuff up, to get these guys in the game and give them an option to do something with their legs. It's never happened before. It probably won't happen now. Obviously, the opening fumble is something that you want back. I think his vision was poor on the play. His awareness was poor on the play. But then again, Borum was extremely poor on the play. And Brock Wright was just doing what he was supposed to do, man. It was a chip and a release. And unfortunately, it just ended the way it did. It's not Dobbs' fault. I think he had a decent game. I think he played better in the third quarter than he did in the first. And is what it is. Stock is steady. It's not down. It's not up. Altmaier, 38 snaps, 9 of 13, 86 yards. Better week, I think, over last week. 69.2% completion percentage. 6.6 yards per attempt is way too light for me, but no turnovers. And then he was sacked 4 times. Look, he improved where it mattered, I think, most, which was after throwing 2 interceptions against Cincinnati. The ball security, the efficiency got a little bit better. He didn't create any of the same explosive plays or, touchdown drives. And that Washington defense was able to rush and collapse him, all night. But completing near 70% of his passes was great. The biggest knock on him right now is like Dan says, he can see the field still. He thinks he can see the field just fine, but he needs to play faster. That clock has got to get moving, man. He has to get moving. Not so much with the feet. He's got to survey that field faster. He's got to get that ball out. They need to literally just put a clock on the back of the center or something that ticks down from like 2.7 seconds. I don't know why they don't do that stuff in practice. Put clocks on the back of those guys' jerseys. You can get a little flat digital clock, little timer. It's almost like a thin piece of paper with these LED, they can fold, you can crinkle them up. Paste it on their back, man. Hit the button and go. I don't know why they don't do it. You put that clock in his head and in front of him, you got to get that ball out. You got to force him to make a decision. Or maybe he needs to do what TJ Lang was trying to show us last night, which is, you got to use the Oculus like Jane Daniels does and run, 3D simulations with a football and do your practice like that indoors. Get that clock moving. You could put a clock in that. Absolutely. So stock up for Altmaier, but he has a lot of work to do. I think he improved, but I think that I know there's a lot more for him to clean up. In the running back room, Jacob Sailors. I thought he had a great night. I really did. 20 snaps, 6 carries, 32 yards, 5.3 per carry, 9 yards for the long run of the night, but he didn't get bottled up a whole lot. I think he found creases where they existed, and I think he found them where they didn't exist. He followed his 6.9 yard average from last week into another very efficient game. Wasn't a major explosive in this game, but he consistently found the available space, where it was or where it wasn't. And then I think the arrival of Travion Williams makes this competition a lot tougher now, but Sailors isn't giving away any ground. I think that his stock is definitely up. Travion Williams, his stock is soaring. I think, after last night. 22 snaps, 10 carries, 36 yards. A little bit light on the yards per carry, but first time with the team, first game with the team. Obviously, he hasn't been in town very long, has a lot more to learn. He's going to have another opportunity next week. He has a whole nother week of practice. I'm looking next week to see Travion Williams take an even bigger step against the Colts. 1 TD, 1 catch for 24 yards, which I think that was the biggest part of his night, honestly, was showing us that his effectiveness in the pass game is there. 60 scrimmage yards for Travion. His stock is definitely going to the moon right now. But you got another week to see what happens. Raheem Blackshear, stock is not really moving, I guess. If anything, it could go slightly down. I didn't know what to expect out of him when the Lions even brought him in. He had 19 offensive snaps last night, 11 carries for 29 yards, 2.6 yards per carry. That is way too small. Like, that number needs to almost be doubled, right? No less than 4 is like the minimum, but really 5 yards a carry is what these teams want to see. He had a long of 13 yards. He did have a 27-yard kickoff return, so that value in the special teams is going to be considered when you're making a roster. You're not, right? We know that now. We've known that forever. The rushing efficiency has dropped, from week over week, but I think there also needs to be a little context here. He handled several obvious run situations late and then converted a 4th and 2 that allowed the Lions to finish the game. And that 4th and 2 conversion was huge, right? The 27-yard kickoff return also enforces the value for Blackshear on this team. Offensively, though, he was flat. And I look, he's not moving up. He's not moving down. I'm just going to keep him steady Eddie for right now. Jabari Small. Stock was kind of interrupted a little bit by injury. He had 6 snaps, 3 carries, 16 yards, 5.3 per carry. So he was doing well last night in his limited time, but then he entered concussion protocol. And I can't remember if it was after the long run, but he entered concussion protocol, not too far into the game for him. But anyway, he was running well. Concussion ended the afternoon for him. 3 carries, tiny sample size. Can't really determine a whole lot here. The performance wasn't really the problem for him last night. It was losing the preseason opportunities in the snaps because of the concussion protocol. So I think that Jabari Small is more than likely not going to make this roster. And I think it's just simply due to health at this point. If that concussion protocol lasts more than a couple of days and he misses, look, they have 4 practices left. If he starts to miss practices and he can't play in this next game, then I think the writing's on the wall. But I'll just throw this out there. It's another opportunity for the Lions to be able to stash a player, somehow be able to stash a player, whether it's injury settlement or whatever. It's not going to be IR to return. So we'll see where it goes. And it might not even last that long. He might be in practice on Monday or whatever. Wide receivers, Tay Martin, stock up, even though had a night that could have been a lot better. He had 31 offensive snaps. It was the most among all wide receivers. He had 6 special team snaps. He had 4 targets, only 1 catch and 11 yards. The receiving line, unimpressive, right? Included a 3rd down drop, unimpressive. But his role last night was growing. He started playing the most receiver snaps, and he also helped spring Dobbs for that 50-yard touchdown. So the most important thing that I wanted to see out of his game, or one of the 5 from week to week, was the blocking. And that is where he improved big time last night. So I'm going to put his stock up just a little bit, but we need to see a lot more out of Tay Martin in this next game. Isaac Tesla. What happened last night? He wasn't targeted at all that I saw. 27 offensive snaps and not 1 target. How come we couldn't get him the ball? Dan said something last night too. I think it was about Tay Martin, that there was some explosive play calls that were called during the game, and we just couldn't get him the ball. That wasn't to Tesla. I think it was for Martin. So that stuff has to be taken into consideration. Look, Tesla is not on any bubble right now. He's on the squad. He played 40% of the offensive snaps last night, but he never saw a pass. So how can we evaluate any of that if he's not going to get targeted? I think it's frustrating. You know, he went without a catch against Cincinnati, had, you know, the bounce off the head and the drop. He needed some production. And he needs some production next week to get him rolling, you know, right, because he had a really good week of practice. So I can't do anything with his stock, but I'm also not in fear at all that Isaac Tesla is not on this roster. Tariq Black. The stock took a dip for me. 24 offensive snaps, 2 targets, no catches. Black scored that late touchdown against Cincinnati last week, and he needed to build on that. 24 snaps and 2 targets is not enough. All right, snap load was there. Targets were not. So it's difficult timing in a crowded receiver room, too. You know, you have Lucky Jackson and Tay Martin that are, you know, trying to compete everywhere, and Black needs to have an impact play and impact plays really against the Colts. We'll see where it goes. But stock is down for me. Lucky Jackson. I think he had improvement this weekend. I think he did. 24 offensive snaps, 2 targets, 2 catches, 15 yards, 100% catch rate. So no drops. He didn't create any huge plays. Didn't score. But he did exactly what I think these bubble fringe players need to do. Finish the opportunities that you get. Right? You get what you get. You can't throw a fit. 2 targets, produce 2 catches. Multiple receivers struggling to convert those targets are the ones that aren't going to make this roster. That clean execution that he had is going to help him, you know, at the evaluation window when he's trying to cross those pearly gates into that 53-man roster. All things considered, I think that having production that, you know, doesn't require having to go back and say, I wish I could have, I think it's going to help. Malik Cunningham. I don't even know what to do with this guy right now. I really don't. He's not getting enough opportunities. And I think that probably says everything about Malik Cunningham. Stock down for me. 14 offensive snaps, 1 target, 1 catch, 16 yards. Cunningham got 1 opportunity. Turned it into a decent play. It's useful production, but 14 snaps, it's not enough time on the field to be able to show what he can do. So he needs some volume and quickly. And I think the most important thing about, you know, these receivers right now, why are they not getting the targets? Is it an offensive line problem that the quarterbacks are just not able to get the ball out? Or is it a vision problem with the quarterbacks and they're just not getting to their progressions? Or is it a separation problem and they're not creating separation? I will tell you right now, for Malik Cunningham, it's a separation problem. For Tariq Black, it was a separation problem. Isaac Tesla was a separation problem. So something has to get fixed and get fixed in a hurry with those players. Dominic Lovett, really needed to see a lot out of him. Stock went down again for me. 14 snaps, 2 targets, 1 catch, 6 yards, no special team snaps. And that is alarming. Because we know that Dominic Lovett is not making this roster without special teams. If they keep him on this roster after not giving him any useful opportunities to show what he can do in special teams, I think that's where Tom Kennedy gains an edge. The big number, you know, for me is the 14 snaps, not enough. Lovett played 39 snaps against Cincinnati. His workload dropped dramatically against Washington. And I think that that is a clear movement in the wrong direction for the guy. He was already competing at the bottom. And now he just went even further. I don't understand why he's not getting opportunities. So maybe that's telling you. Hold on. Got to answer this real quick. So anyway, Dominic Lovett, I think it's telling you that maybe he's lost the confidence of the team. Maybe he's lost the confidence of the coach. Maybe he's lost the confidence of the quarterback. Because last night, again, just shows, or yesterday afternoon, just shows that he's not getting enough opportunity when the time matters, and the time matters right now. 4 practices, 1 game left. Tom Kennedy didn't do a whole lot last night or yesterday. He really didn't. I was hoping to see a lot more out of Tom. I've been really excited about his eventual opportunity to maybe make a roster. I think he's earned it over the last few seasons. I think he's really earned an opportunity. But who am I to judge, right? This is just my analysis. I think that Tom really deserves an opportunity, and I think that his special teams was always a bright spot for him. Anytime he was brought up, he produced. Offensively and special teams. Yesterday, he had 7 snaps. 7. 6 snaps on special teams. Only 2 targets. And he caught 1 of 2 for 10 yards. Kick returns. Only 20 yards apiece. Right? 2 kicks, 40 yards. 1 punt return, 12 yards. Now, the NFL punt average the NFL punt return average, is somewhere between 8 and 11 yards. Like, that's pretty consistent every year. The elite players are somewhere between 13 and 18 yards. Obviously, 18 is way up there. Way up there. So, for Tom Kennedy last night, he had 1 punt return for 12 yards. That's near elite. Right? That's really good. It doesn't seem like a lot, but punts are really difficult, man. Like, those guys are on you immediately. But the kick returns is where I have some problem, because if you go back and watch his returns last night, he had poor vision, he made poor choices, and he wasn't able to find a crease anywhere. And there were plenty of open areas for him to run, and every time he seemed to just go run into a maroon jersey. That's not the Tom that I saw last year. The Tom that I saw last year was running all over the place. He was creating plays. Not yesterday. So, again, Kennedy didn't receive much of the offensive work, but he did remain a little bit active, when he was in, but he contributed a little bit on both phases. Just not enough. I think that his path to the roster is 100% reliant on his versatility to be able to do both. But I just don't see enough that just makes me, want to shout his name to the rooftop like he's got to make it. I'm beginning to wonder if the Lions are going to get to a point where someone said it in the chat last night. Tom Kennedy, Dominic Lovett, Tariq Black, Lucky Jackson, Tay Martin, they're kind of all the same right now. They're all the same. So I hate to be rough on Tom Kennedy, and I could put his stock as a steady, but it took a little dip for me last night. Not much, just a little. Greg Dortch's stock went up. Absolutely last night. Glad to see him get into the game. You could see the immediate pop in his play once he entered the field. 7 offensive snaps. I mean, we know this guy's safe. 3 special team snaps. 16-yard punt return. Elite. 22-yard kickoff return. Just a couple of more than Tom Kennedy. But, again, he barely played, but his return work mattered the most for me. I think you can clearly see why the Lions love him in that return room. His roster argument is safe. I mean, there's really nothing more to be said there. He doesn't need to argue his way into anything. I think he's safe. Cedric Wilson last night. Before the injury, I think that his stock was going to the moon. 5 snaps, 2 targets, 2 catches, 21 yards, 10.5 yards per catch. And then what is an apparent knee injury. Don't know how good it is, but Dan Campbell doesn't feel comfortable about it. He was very efficient before leaving the game. 2 balls were thrown his way, 2 catches. And that veteran reliability is exactly what Dan wants in this team. He's showing again why he's here. We don't have a confirmed diagnosis just yet. And we checked this morning. But, man, if he's out for any length of time, then we're going to get our answer. And you might end up getting an injury settlement with that one because you do want him to come back. You know, if you cut the guy, I mean, he's injured, so the Lions have to take care of him, right? So if you put an injury settlement on it, then he's opened up, for 3 weeks where he could go anywhere, I think. I think that's, even for veterans too. I have to look at the rule a little bit tighter. Injury settlement's hasn't been used a lot for the Lions. It has more recently. So marrying that up with a roster cut situation, I just have to study the rule a little bit more. I'm not as well versed on it. So I don't know how it works for him, but we'll find out. Tight ends. Jackson Meeks, man, like what a good day for him. I mean, really, what a good day for Jackson Meeks. 28 snaps, 10 snaps on special teams, 6 targets, 4 catches, 33 yards, and a forced fumble on a kickoff coverage. Recovered by Eric Hunter. Meeks led the Lions in catches. He led the Lions in receiving yards, and then he converted that critical 4th down that forced that kickoff and then the fumble, essentially ending the game. All right, Cincinnati showed why that game showed why, or how I guess that Jackson Meeks is even here. It showed why because the guy could catch the football. This game against Washington, I think it gave Dan Campbell that other side of the passing game look. Right? You're looking for more. That development that he showed last night, I think it was significant. I think that the Jackson Meeks is safe. So stock soaring, man. Tight end 4? No. Tight end 3 right now. I think he's tight end 3. With Sam Laporta out, he might be tight end 2. He might even move his way up to tight end 1 with Sam out. Brock Wright's not the answer. They should have upgraded Brock Wright last year. I mean, you love Brock Wright for what he does, but I need more of a guy that's just blocking only, man. You go look at the Rams and you look at all of their tight ends. Every single one of those guys is massive, and every single one of those guys can block and catch. Every single one. Now, do they have a Sam Laporta on their team? I don't think so. But do they have a mixture of a Jackson Meeks, Tyler Conklin, and Brock Wright 4 times? Yes, they do. They absolutely do. And I'd rather have that mashup of a player than just Brock Wright. I love Brock, but I need more. We want to win a Super Bowl, man. Sometimes you got to be able to walk away from a player. Maybe it's this year. Maybe he's not safe. Because what he did yesterday exposed your quarterback. Can't happen. It was really Borum's fault, though. So Conklin last night, 27 snaps, 2 targets, 2 catches, 21 yards, 10.5 yards per catch. Great night. Stock going up for Tyler Conklin. Conklin was very efficient. He was dependable. He converted his targets. I think that, he contributed where he needed to contribute. Obviously freeing up Dobbs for that big 50-yard run. I think the total performance was reliable. And it was the best performance that we've seen out of him yet. Now, was he jumping off the page? No. He wasn't jumping off the page, but I still think that that's what you're looking for out of Conklin. He has never been a player that, is going to amass, 1,000 yards a season and 10 TDs. That is not Conklin. Matter of fact, if you look at his overall stats, his best season came in 2023, where he had 61 catches, 621 yards, so right around 10 yards a catch, right? And 0 TDs. None. He had 0 TDs last year. He had limited time with the Chargers. He had 4 TDs in 24 on 449 yards with the Jets in 2024. With the Vikings, his best year, he had 593 in 2021 and 3 TDs. Here's what I expect out of Conklin this year. 400 yards and probably 3 TDs. That's it. Maybe 4. And the only reason why I think he could have more than 3, up to 4, is because of the offense that he's in. There's going to be some opportunities where he can be targeted in the red zone, and he'll probably be open. But 400 yards is kind of a stretch, to be honest with you. We've never had a second tight end, really, really do that kind of work since 2021. Brock Wright, his best year in Detroit was in 2022. He had 216 yards on 4 TDs. In 2022, we didn't have Sam Laporta. In 2022, we didn't have Jamison Williams because he didn't play until way late in the season, didn't really develop until 2024. Amon-Ra St. Brown was, starting to become the guy. We didn't have a Jahmyr Gibbs. And he didn't produce squat. So now when I'm, looking forward, his year last year, 14 receptions, 108 yards, and 2 TDs. So he's a red zone threat. And I think that Conklin can be a better version of Brock Wright, but Conklin needs to be a better blocker than Brock Wright. And I don't know that he is. All right, how about Tyler Gordon? Stock down, big time. Guy, I just don't see it. All right, 28 snaps, 0 targets. Gordon tied Meeks for the most offensive snaps, but he had no production. None at all. Again, I'll have to go look at the special teams work out of him and just kind of, I don't even know if he played a special teams snap, to be honest with you, last night. That's just the one thing I didn't see. So I got to look at his blocking a little bit better. Same thing with Zach Horton, stock down, 20 snaps, no targets. 2 special team snaps I did see for Horton. And he entered later than all of the other reserve tight ends. So, I think that's where you get the idea of where he's placed right now. But, again, no stats. Really nothing to speak of for either of those 2 guys. Unfortunately, look, I'm not trying to be overly critical about the guys, but I just don't see him doing a whole lot for this team. And then lastly, but not least, Brock Wright. Guy was just talking about a moment ago. Only 12 snaps, 1 target, 1 catch for 3 yards. And his roster position, honestly, it wasn't really decided on Saturday. He's received tight end work. He's received very limited tight end work, and he caught his only target. But the one part of the opening protection breakdown that I was mentioning a moment ago that involved that tight end side and Dobbs getting laid out by Robertson, that I think is going to stick out like a sore thumb. I don't even know that Brock Wright is safe on this squad. I'm being very honest. I don't know that he's safe. And that might sound just like a crazy hot take or whatever. But we need an upgrade. And fast. I think Meeks is going to be the upgrade over time. But we need a bigger body that can block and still catch. And I just don't see where that player is right now. I haven't been impressed with Brock Wright. Offensive line. Let me try to hustle through this. Stock up for Tate Rowledge last night. Limited play, 15 snaps at right guard. He looked like Tate Rowledge, man. Very clean work. His communication with Blake Miller was very encouraging. And I think that those 2 starters on the right side, after that opening protection failure, they started to stabilize together. And so I think Rowledge looked like he's going to have a great season, man. So very encouraging work by Tate Rowledge. Stock up. Blake Miller, 15 snaps to go along with Tate, starting at the right tackle position. And he was involved in sorting that opening, protection breakdown too, like right along with Tate. He recovered quickly. And after that, that first group really didn't allow another sack after that opening, mess. He continued to look composed rather than overwhelmed. And I think that is very important to see out of a rookie, that he is more stable than volatile, right? He's able to settle in versus get all erratic. And so it looked very, very good, very encouraging. Juice Scruggs also had 15 snaps to go with that opening set. And his most important accomplishment of the night really was kind of restoring the operation between the center and the quarterback. The exchange problems from Cincinnati, where he wasn't in, that disappeared. So 15 snaps are not enough, obviously, to close any discussion down. But I think that the center game was moving in the right direction last night. And if we go back to DetroitFootballJournal.com, let's take a look at what I said about Scruggs. Good old Scruggs. One of the main things, deliver clean snaps. All right? Keep that interior pocket firm. Clean snaps again. Twice. Identify the front. Make the calls. Deliver clean snaps. Actually, this one I think was supposed to be clean exchange. Was the interior pocket firm? I thought so. Borum collapsed it from the left side. But that's not Scruggs. That was Borum. So stock up. Stock up for Mr. Scruggs, man. It wasn't perfect, but it was encouraging. Christian Mahogany. I really like Christian Mahogany. I do. But the unbiased person in me on these types of analyses, if you will, I can be honest. I'm concerned about Mahogany a little bit. He had some penalty problems against Cincinnati. He, too, had 15 snaps with that opening set. And then 4 special teams reps, too. He didn't dominate at all against Cincy. But we did move the ball very well on the ground against Washington. And after that offensive line started to kind of settle in a little bit after, again, the opening breakdown, it was a quieter game. It was a little bit more positive from Mahogany, but 2 costly penalties in week 1 didn't show up in week 2. But I am concerned about his pass pro. Now, I will dig into the film because I can't just one-line this, after watching the game live and not really going back and diving in. I did look at the offensive line, but I didn't watch every single of the 15 snaps, and that's what I'm going to do today. Stock is steady for Mahogany. It's not up, it's not down. It's steady. It's not going anywhere. Larry Borum stock down. I don't think he's going anywhere, but he too had 15 snaps last night, starting at left tackle. And he was the main reason why the initial protection broke down on the opening drive. The first unit did settle in. There wasn't a sequence of repeated issues or losses after that, which was good. 1 bad snap, 1 bad rep, and then he kind of kept moving upward. And I think his recovery after that big, oh shit moment was commendable. But stock down for me because of the way that he started the game. You can't have a bad start like that. You have a bad start like that in the playoffs, that score by the defense loses the game. If your defense can't come up with a turnover, which we're not coming up with a bunch of turnovers yet, that one turnover could cost you the game. Can't do it. Just can't do it. So stock down slightly for Larry Borum for me. I still think he's going to be just fine. Miles Frazier. Man, did he get everything thrown at him last night or yesterday afternoon. Everything. He played in multiple positions. He played 48 snaps. His versatility has always been the most positive part of his game. He worked at tackle, guard, continued proving that he can, serve any emergency role. His protection was good overall. Obviously, the bigger concerns for Frazier is pad level. It's what I wrote about last week. The pad level. Hold on, I lost my notes. Hold on. Thing's freaking out. Let me just start over Frazier. The versatility was the main positive for him last night. Come on. There it goes. So his versatility was the main positive for Frazier last night. He worked at tackle and guard, continued proving that he can serve all of the emergency roles, right? The backup protection was not good overall. And he was involved in that late false start sequence. And the ability to move around the line, it still carries, that roster value that I think that Dan Campbell values the most is, multiplicity, versatility. He loves that stuff. And every team does because you have to have it. But the false starts, or the penalties, the high pads, there's still a lot to work on there for Frazier. I'm not even sure where he's best yet, which position he's best yet. His tape is going to show me a lot. 48 snaps worth yesterday is going to show me a lot. And we'll see how he got beat up or didn't get beat up. He got beat up. I do want to look at one thing here real quick. I want to pull this up. In his pass pro last night, he had 22 opportunities in pass protection. He allowed one hurry, one quarterback pressure, come on, slide. Move. There you go. I'm not sure what his pass block win rate is. I don't think it's out yet, but that was very encouraging, right? I still think that that's where his main issues are, is in the pass pro. In the run blocking last night, or his run blocking efficiency last night, that's where he had the worst time. He had 27 opportunities last night, 17 in zone, 8 in the gap, and 2 elsewhere. He scored a 50% efficiency in gap and a 57 in zone. So that's where he had his most difficulty last night. And that's where I need to dig in. Tyler Conklin, to answer the earlier question, he wasn't that great either in blocking. He had a 53.8 efficiency against in run blocking, 56 in zone, 38.5 in gap. All relative, though. Mason Miller, stock up last night. I thought he played pretty well. 52 snaps. He had the most snaps of any of the Lions offense last night. And look, he's fighting for a spot, and I think that he's slowly starting to gain. He moved from his right guard position in Cincinnati to left guard against Washington. And I think that his run game improved. Behind the reserve unit, during those stretches of the game where his positional flexibility really continues to grow, I think that for a depth lineman handling that many snaps at a different position after 1 week, look, I think it's, I'll use the C word again, very commendable job by Mason Miller. He's still young. He's only been in the league for a couple of seasons now with the Lions. I think he's starting to gain some ground in this room. Let's talk about Seth McLaughlin, probably the name that you want to hear the most of. 51 snaps, extended work last night at center. He had 1 sack charged against him, and he had some pre-snap problems late in the game. I think he took a clear step back last night since the Cincinnati game. His interior rush plan was compressed, and the pocket was repeatedly compressed. And then there was some late game operation issues. It got really messy at times. There was a delay snap, which contributed to a false start, and that followed immediately by another pre-snap mistake. Look, he generated. Hold on. He generated some of the run game movement. So I'm not going to give, all negative remarks. But look, he has to provide better communication on that offensive line, and operation has to come first, right? You can't have snap problems. You can't have false starts because of your snap problems. And those are the things that need to get cleaned up. It feels like Cincinnati was a much better game for him. Absolutely. So now, where does he go next in this third game? I've always said from the beginning, he's really young. I know a lot of people like the guy. Must be Ohio State fans. And look, I like the guy too. I think that there's something there. I'd rather see them develop him at guard. Like, why not? The biggest problem is his arm length. Seth McLaughlin. Robbie, I totally forgot to open the lines, buddy. If you're still around, I'll open it here in just a minute. His arm length is only 31 inches. It's pretty tough to play guard with only 31-inch arms. Not to say that it can't be done. It's better to do that, inside than it is on the outside. But it's pretty tough, man. You still need to have some reach. Kobe Sorsdahl, 46 snaps last night. Stock is plummeting. Seth McLaughlin, like I said, stock down. But Sorsdahl's stock is plummeting. The pass pro last night struggled badly. He was one of the players who had very difficult time holding up an edge at all. He was temporarily replaced after surrendering a pressure sack before later returning to the game. And then Frazier providing more of that positional versatility came in. But Sorsdahl needs a much cleaner performance. I think that the Sorsdahl experiment's done. Devin Cochran, he had 26 snaps last night. Look, simply getting Cochran back on the field after an injury disrupted his camp. I think it was useful, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He did not have an obvious, game-changing moment, positive or negative last night. More work in Indy coming up, and I think that's going to tell us more. I have really nothing on Cochran other than stock steady because there's just not a lot happening there. Melvin Priestley, his stock is plummeting too. He played substantial reserve work, but the secondary offensive line really struggled with pressure and procedural issues last night. It was all over the place. He didn't produce any positive tape. He didn't really produce a lot of negative tape, but there wasn't anything positive. And then with Mason Miller really showing a lot more versatility last night, I think that Priestley has lost his roster path in a lot of ground. Michael Neese, man, it's really bad to see him go out last night with that leg injury. He had one snap and he was done. I got nothing on Neese because I'm not going to be negative on an injury. That's really all I wanted to cover in the stock up, stock down was the offensive line and some of the receiver stuff and the quarterbacks. The rest of it will come out in short spurts and videos and in the article. Robbie, I'll open up the lines if you want. Just tell me yes or no. Otherwise, I'm going to get out of here. I do need to take a brief break and grab something to drink, though. Mouth is torched. This wasn't supposed to go this long today, but I'm unorganized as all get out. Unorganized. So you're good? You don't need to call in? All right. Okay. So tomorrow, what do we have tomorrow? Tonight I'll be back for the game. Oh, then call in, Robbie. Hold on. I just closed it. Then call in. Hold on. I just got to get my shit together too, man. Like I was so unorganized this morning. It's a long day yesterday. I'm not normally this unorganized. But hey, it's preseason. I'm allowed to be unorganized right now. It's preseason. All right, Robbie, give me 30 seconds and then you can call in. I'll be right back.
everywhere tonight. He got drilled by Jack Campbell again.
Bam! Meets him right there, runs his feet. Jack Campbell wraps him up. Doesn't get any better than that. Textbook linebacker play. What the f- I'm talking about?
Go ahead, Robbie. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you're good. Make sure you call the right number. Must be on a delay. Robbie, where you at, dude? Why is my thing popping up white now? Thank you for calling the federal government. How can I help you?
I'd like credit on my tax return.
Good luck with that, buddy. What's happening, man? Thanks for calling the show. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, man. Appreciate you opening the lines for me.
Yeah, I totally forgot, man. You just got to yell at me next
Not every
time.
podcaster does that, and half of them don't even acknowledge the comments. So appreciate you.
I do a terrible job at comments, man. When I first started that, I used to have shows that were just dedicated to the fans. I have to get back to it this year. I know I keep saying it, but I have to. I have to because the fans are the most important part of this. It's the only reason why I do this, because we're all fans of the team.
All righty. You covered a lot today. I'm not even gonna lie, you covered more than I expected you to. And you did a very good job. You gave the attaboys to the players who deserved attaboys. You gave the negative reviews to players who really didn't deserve the attaboys. So that's always much appreciated. No fluff there. I just think we need to really go over the 53-man roster and who's staying and who's leaving.
Uh-huh.
I think 48 to 49 roster spots are already locked up.
Okay.
I think.
So hold on. So with that, do you want to tell me the 4 or 5 that are open, like the positions? Like where do you want to go? How do you want to do that?
I think the 5th wide receiver spot is open. I think we carry 3 quarterbacks. I don't think there's no way Luke Altmaier sits on a practice squad and doesn't get poached. And I think Brad and Dan Campbell know that. I think there could be a team inside the North that pluck Luke Altmaier off our practice squad. And both the Minnesota Vikings or the Chicago Bears. Like if Caleb Williams throws another 55% completion percentage this year, you really think Ben Johnson's keeping him after he's seen what Jared Goff does with 70, 68%? Like,
well,
there's no way.
Yeah, but I don't think that Luke Altmaier is the answer.
No, I think Luke Altmaier needs the opportunity to sit with a clipboard in his hand and learn from 2 veterans. Fortunate for us, we have 2 veterans in the building that can teach him a great deal of things and help his development. For Luke Altmaier, basically the game just needs to slow down for him.
Yeah.
And once that happens, you're going to see a very decisive and effective quarterback. You're basically going to see what Bear fans hope to see from Caleb Williams. But I don't know if they're ever going to get their expectations met.
So just to clarify here, just make sure I'm on the same page. So you think that the Lions are going to carry 3 on the roster, and you believe that if they don't carry Luke and they cut him or waive him, cut him, that a potential NFC North team could poach him. Now you do realize that they have to sign him to the 53 if they poach him, and if they don't, there's always the opportunity to sign to the practice squad later. But yeah,
Absolutely.
I just so I've run through that every single team's quarterback room a couple of times. I just don't see where any teams have a spot because no teams carry 3 quarterbacks. Only I think one team last year carried 3 quarterbacks. That's it. I just don't see.
I watched the Bears game last night and against the Bengals, and that was like the worst game of football I think I've seen in a long time. Like that was worse than watching the CFL. Like it was absolutely brutal. Bears couldn't complete a pass. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't stop the Bengals on defense. Like, and this is starters and second and third stringers, but like the Bears defense, a lot of those starters played for a good portion of that game.
Yeah, so Caleb Williams got in for what, one series, right?
Yes, he was in for one series.
Did he even throw?
But
they even have more than one first? They didn't have but one first down with him, right?
I missed the beginning of the game, but I watched the second, third, and fourth quarter, and like the whole gameplay as a whole, like going back and rewatching the game in my head, and like it was just not exciting and not effective. Like it was good from the Bengals standpoint, kind of like it was good from our standpoint when we played the Commanders. Our defense was getting at them. The Bengals' second, third, and fourth string defense was clamping up the Bears' second and third string starters.
The thing that worries the only thing that worried me about the Bears game last night against the Bengals was, man, did they pick up where they left off with some interceptions, huh?
It was really, really bad. Like, and Jalen Johnson, the Bears' backup quarterback, like, I understand you need someone behind Caleb Williams, but
I'm sorry,
Could throw
who? Case Keenum?
Jalen Johnson.
Who's Jalen Johnson? Don't they have Case Keenum and Miller Moss?
I think Jalen Johnson was on the Commanders.
No, Josh Johnson is for the Bengals, you mean?
No, they had a quarterback, Jalen Johnson, I believe.
No, I'm looking at the stats right now. There's Case Keenum, there's Miller Moss, and there's Caleb Williams. For the Bears. You're talking about the Bears, right?
Yeah, the Bears.
Yeah, I don't see a Jalen Johnson.
It was just really, really bad. It was a tall, dark fella. Maybe they pulled him. I don't know. But the whole game in the entirety was really left a lot to be desired and watching. Like I just feel like the Bears and the Vikings could add a player like Luke Altmaier and let him sit and learn. Kind of like what the Vikings should have done with J.J. McCarthy, but they chased their veteran out of the building because McCarthy was a 5th overall pick.
I forgot. Who did the Vikings play yesterday? The Ravens? Yeah, the Vikings played the Ravens.
I did not watch that game.
I think they played the Ravens yesterday. I mean, McCarthy had a really nice pass play at one point in the game. I think it was like a 40 or 50-yard launch. And, I mean, that was it. He was 5 of 10, 81 yards, no TDs, no interceptions. Wentz, I mean, very, very efficient for Wentz, but no TDs, no interceptions. Max Brosmer, not as efficient, but no TDs, 1 interception. I do think that the Vikings have probably one of the best backup rooms right now between Carson Wentz and Max Brosmer and J.J. McCarthy. I don't see where they're going to need anybody else. Like, I think that room's pretty locked up. Like, unless they trade J.J. McCarthy, which I don't know anybody that would want to trade for him right now, he's going to be your backup.
I don't think anybody's trading J.J. McCarthy for J.J. McCarthy. I just don't think. I think they're coming to terms with he's not the answer, and they're going to be QB shopping. Unless they see something out of Kyler Murray this year. in terms of chemistry and production.
Yeah, I think, Kyler Murray
And
being
it's
on that
gotta
1 year
be
deal.
more-
Yeah, he's on a
it's gotta
1 year
be more
deal.
than what
So
you saw from Kyler Murray in Arizona.
he was not good in Arizona.
Not at all.
So
I think the Vikings are definitely in the market for a QB.
So
Whether they pick one up off the practice squad and shelf them and roll like that, like Carson Beck looks really good in Arizona right now.
Yeah, I like Carson Beck. So
Carson Beck looked really, really good in Arizona right now.
So move over to the offensive line for a minute. What do you think's going on with the offensive line right now? Like what or whatever you go with whatever it is you wanted to talk about next. But I think the offensive line was probably on the tip of your tongue.
I wanted to drift to the running backs.
Go
I
for it.
mean, like with what we've seen with Jacob Sailors, I don't know how he doesn't make this roster.
It's tough, man.
He's showing a lot of what Demo possessed, which is that twitchy power. He can get low. He can explode vertical. He can explode horizontal. He's breaking arm tackles, and he's falling forward, which is everything we loved about watching David Montgomery.
Yep.
In Detroit. So I think Jacob Sailors really learned while David was here and kind of started adding tools to his tool bag. Because we saw some of it last year on special teams, but as far as a running back impact, he was very limited with what he was able to do with his role. But right now, I think the training wheels are off, and Jacob Sailors is showing every bit of the dynamic player that he can be.
So how does
He's
your
got great bursts. He's got that twitchy power. I think our running back room, I think we carry 3 running backs, and I think we put 1 on the practice squad. I like Gibbs, I like Sailors, and I like Pacheco as like an emergency get healthy back. And I think that's where we roll 3 deep there. So instead of 4 running backs, we carry 3 quarterbacks and 3 running backs. There's your roster spot that we make up.
Yeah. Okay.
Offensive lineman, I think we're going to go a little heavy there, just because we don't know what we have until we see it on the field, and we're not seeing the product on the field yet. I think they're going to carry 10.
Who's making
I
that
think
room?
we sit. I'm sorry.
Who's making that room for you?
It's really hard to tell. I don't like Colby Sorsdale. That man can walk out the door. Maybe you put him on a practice squad, but he's been here for 3 years. I don't like what I see. Giovanni Manu, c'est la vie. That man has robbed himself of an opportunity to prove his worth. Even though he's on the IF, I think he just cut ties and let him walk. Maybe he catches on somewhere else. I know I was a big advocate for Manu. I see a lot of potential, and maybe he still got that potential, but after being in the league for 2 full seasons, and this is your 3rd year, and you can't even complete a training camp out of 3 years, that's a problem.
Wow, Robbie, like that's a major growth moment for you. I'm just being facetious and gaslighting the shit out of you right now, but that's
Hey, man, it's fine. You're going to gaslight the shit out of me when we get to the defense, and I start talking about Derek Moore and how impressed I was last night with him. And his ability to stand up and be an off-ball linebacker, edge rusher.
Yeah, man, he
Something we've
looked good.
never really seen in Detroit. Like, we've never really had an off-the-ball edge rushing linebacker.
So you're finished with the offensive line room, right? So you think Manu's gone, you think Sorsdal's gone. Yeah. What else?
I think Neese is probably going to be written off with
he's injured, so he's got to probably
injury settlement.
Yeah.
So
well, let me go back. Let me go back to Giovanni Manu. Let me test your metal real quick, because I don't know if you heard me the other day. I don't know if you were in the show when I said this the other day, but this does not add up for me. Okay. he has been injured throughout camp. Why has he
Every
not?
year.
Yeah, but no, but this year, why has he not been injury settled, IR'd, released? So he's under injury, which means no matter what, the Lions either have to have an injury settlement and then he reverts back to IR if they get him back, which they probably will, or you IR him for the year and his season is done, his contract tolls, you see him back next year and he competes again. Why have they not done anything? So I
Because
think
they don't have to yet.
well, I think they don't necessarily have to, but they could have done an injury settlement weeks ago. And then that
But they don't have to.
and
Their
that-
hand's not being forced. When he's on on IF, he's not counted towards the final 53. He's not counted towards anything.
You mean
I think
you
Brad
mean
Holmes,
hold on.
he's in manner.
Hold on. NFI, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
NFI. I don't think he's on NFI. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, he is on NFI. So I thought that his injury happened in OTAs.
No, he came in with a non-disclosed injury. He
Okay.
practiced one time,
I
and
remember
then he complained about it, and they looked at it, reviewed it, and they're like, then he came clean with Dan Campbell. And this was in Dan Campbell's press conference. He talked about this. He came clean with us that he was hurt coming into camp, and we immediately put him on NFI.
Yeah, hold on. Let me read this real quick because I didn't know that they put him on NFI. So then that means with him on NFI, his injury will not count towards the roster, and they'll be able to put him on reserve NFI, and he'll be safe. They don't have to do anything with it, so he'll be safe. He won't lose the year.
I don't think they'll. I don't think they're going to entertain him very much longer.
So
I think Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell see what I see in him. He's a monster, and once he gets his hands on you, you're basically not getting away from him.
Right.
The problem is his hand placement is high constantly. He's always high on the pads because the dude's 6'9". He's got to learn how to get lower and get his hands underneath the chest plate or onto that chest plate instead of onto the shoulders, which will give him more leverage. Playing him at guard is going to be the optimal situation. Unfortunately, we can't get a healthy camp out of him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So Dan Campbell's quote on that Thursday morning after that first practice said, yeah, obviously put him on NFI. He had an injury, a previous injury over the summer that was not disclosed, and so came off practice field, didn't feel good, got it checked. Sure enough, that's what it was. So he will be out for a period of time. I don't know how long it'll be. Call it 12 weeks, 14 weeks. I don't know. We'll figure it out all down the road. But he is NFI. So I missed that little detail. I thought that the injury happened in OTAs and that he was still injured over the summer or whatever and then didn't disclose it. But so then that means he's safe. I don't think that they're going to walk away from him. I don't think they need to. I think they're going to
They don't need to, but I think you're just wearing patience then.
Oh, of course.
Especially coming into camp without disclosing the injury prior to warming up and working out with everybody else. Like, you're just creating another distraction in the room.
Yeah.
And then what happens when he comes back and you try and insert him into playing, like, you're going to disrupt the chemistry and the continuity. I'm very big with the chemistry and continuity.
I'm an idiot.
I talk about it every time I call in. Like, it's a real thing. It elevates everybody around you.
Right. I'm an idiot. So even on my depth chart, I just pulled it up. I had him on reserve NFI. So I just brain fart.
Now you just forgot.
Brain fart.
Brain fart.
Anyway, so keep going, man. What else you got?
So I don't like Juice Scruggs at center. I like Seth McLaughlin at center. I can't spell his name ever, so when I'm in chat, I just put Seth. I think Seth has proved that, like, when he's at center, he can push the pile on run plays. I don't care that he's 290, 295. He pushes the pile. When he's on pass protection, he can anchor well. He's not great, but he does anchor, which gives Goff his breathing room for 3, 4, 5-step drop back. With Drew Scruggs, I think you're going to see more 5 and 7-step drop backs. You're not going to see that 3-step drop back because you're not going to get the ball out quick enough, because I don't think Drew Scruggs anchors quickly off the snap. I see that that pocket collapsing inward a little bit, where we saw with Graham Glasgow from last year.
Now, he only had 15 snaps yesterday, so I've got a... And he's only been in practice for about a week. I think he's going to be all right. Seth, I mean, I guess tell me what you saw to Seth then yesterday, because you heard what I said. Seth took a step back. Like he struggled, and I'm going to break down his film today, and then you'll see it, and then we'll have a conversation about it, maybe next day or two when I actually release it.
So what happens when you overload a center with too much responsibility, especially a young one, or a center that's not keen on being there for too much, like Graham Glasgow last year?
So you're talking about Juice, or are you talking about Seth?
Seth.
Well,
you start displacing yourself. You got too much going on your mind.
Yeah.
You got protection details and everything else. Like, I think he was just overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens. A young guy gets overwhelmed easily, and they become displacement, or they get displaced, and they stop doing the little things that they're got them there, and they start trying to overcompensate for weaknesses, whether it's the left guard or the right guard. I mean, Tate Ratledge didn't play yesterday, right? So
yeah,
there's a whole lot of nuances there. However, when we were running the ball, Seth had great push. He was leaning forward. He was moving the guy in front of him. I like that, especially considering Petzing's offense is going to be what I would assume is going to be a run-first offense. Dan Campbell preaches we have to run the ball.
Yeah, run to set up the pass, absolutely.
So I feel like Seth did that very well. And when he didn't, there was still enough of a hole for a guy to get through, break an arm tackle, and still get some positive yards to gain. So I understand your opinion is he kind of had a down game,
Mm-hmm.
but overall the body of work, what we've seen from the previous week when we played the Bengals to this week, maybe I would say he was facing a little bit better competition, and he needs to see that and see himself on tape to adjust and elevate his play a little bit more. Not all bad news is bad news. Sometimes bad news is good news because it's an opportunity to learn and grow.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Tail of the tape will be next week when he plays, and what does he do with the information he learned from this week?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. Like, I mean, look, he's still got growth moments, but I think now when you have a player like Michael Neese that just went down, I think that just elevated Seth McLaughlin, because I had Michael Neese making this roster because he was a vet. Well, he's been around a little bit longer with the Lions, not a vet. I think that his experience would have outweighed Seth McLaughlin. I do think that Seth McLaughlin is the better football player, but I think that you probably could have had McLaughlin, on the practice squad for sure. And now I think that there's an opportunity for him to make the roster, but they have to develop him at guard too. I think Juice Scruggs is going to win that job, but I think that McLaughlin must learn to play guard. And I think that's going to elevate his ability to play center better, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. I think we stand pat at 5 wide receivers. I don't think we move off that. I think 4 of those spots are spoken for. I think you got 6 guys or 4 guys fighting for 1 spot.
Hmm.
And I think a few of them are going to end up on the practice squad because I think the wide receiver room is extremely deep. And I'm not sure Tom Kennedy is that guy,
He may not be.
unfortunately.
Yeah, he may not be.
On the defense or in the tight end room, I like your earlier take that you had on the tight ends, and then you kind of backpedal a little when you were speaking about them, and then you went back to your earlier take. I think Jackson Meeks is tight end number 2 right now, right behind Laporta. I can't honestly say I've seen enough out of Tyler Conklin to say he's putting him in over Meeks is going to be any better. I really liked what Meeks did in the blocking game. Now, he did give up an early pressure early in the game, but if you looked on the other side, the right guard gave up Altmaier before Meeks gave up to the edge rusher because Meeks was on check and go. And Altmaier was reacting to the right side and not the left side. He didn't even see the guy that Meeks was blocking, number 59.
Hold on,
He didn't even see
I'm
that
sorry,
guy
say that again. What was the situation?
So Meeks gave up a pressure earlier in the game.
Okay.
He was one-on-one with an edge rusher. It was number 59. I forget who it was specifically, but that was his number. They were edge rushing him all night long on Meeks' side. And
they were rushing the edge on Meeks?
Yeah. Meeks gave up a check release. So he was blocking him, and then he had to back up for a route.
Mm-hmm.
But the right guard gave up his assignment, and Altmaier was reacting to that. He didn't even see number 59 come crashing in. And they credited Meeks for the sack, but it wasn't Meeks' fault. It was the left guard or the right guard's fault. It was very early in the game.
Okay.
And then after that play, Meeks took it like a personal offense, and whenever he was lined up on number 59, he shut that dude down. Like, he was not getting through. Like, Meeks had an incredible blocking night after that. And that's primarily what I wanted to see from him in that game. I wanted to see Jackson Meeks run blocking and pass blocking ability, and he really put it on showcase after that point.
So you think Meeks is number 2 right now in that room behind Laporta? So with let's say Laporta doesn't start week 1, I mean, where does Tyler Conklin fit? I think the veteran.
You're gonna see a healthy rotation between the two. I think you're probably going to see week 1 Tyler Conklin get the nod because he's a veteran.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to see Jackson Meeks in there half the time and Conklin in there half the time because you want to break Meeks in nice and slowly, right? It's like when we drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs, for the first 6 weeks, he was on the field, but it was like he wasn't even on the field. You know what I mean? Like, you saw flashes of what he can do, but like they kind of held him back because they wanted him to see the speed of the game before they let him loose. I think you're going to see Dan Campbell do that with Jackson Meeks. They're going to put him in, but they're going to hold him back. They're going to put him in and hold him back. But by midpoint in the season, you're definitely going to see more of Meeks than you are of Conklin.
So holding back, meaning he's going to be doing what Dan refers to as the dirty work, where he's going to be a primary blocker, maybe less a receiver. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think they're just going to manage his snaps more.
So I mean,
because they want to break them in slowly.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, just my personal feeling. I don't know that they would do that with a tight end as much as they would a running back because we had a number 2 or a 1B at that time, and they were breaking Gibbs in early. Or slowly early, but when he went down, Gibbs was, week 5, or I think it was week 5 against the Bucks, was, his first real opportunity to start and really have the whole game. That is when he kind of just took over from there as, the primary, but that room is still shared for the most part for the first season and even into the second season. And it was the third season that, that was by design, right? You didn't want to put a lot of mileage on Gibbs. You didn't need to, and you didn't want to put a lot of mileage on him. And I still think the mileage is going to stay fairly low. I mean, I've gone through all that multiple times, but I don't see where he's going to get 20, 25, 30 touches a game. There's just no way. He's probably going to be between 14 and 19 touches a game at most, depending on the opponent. I just don't really see him needing more touches because we have so many other weapons, So interesting. But all right, so Meeks is in. Conklin, he makes the roster, right? And then what about Brock Wright? What's your feelings on Brock Wright? Because I'm just not impressed with Wright right now.
I think we're done with Brock Wright.
You think so?
The Brock Wright experiment is what it is, and it's finished.
They love Brock,
I
man.
think Meeks has outperformed him and proved his worth at the tight end position. When he was a wide receiver, I really didn't like Meeks. He wasn't explosive out of his cuts. He was a little slow and sluggish. He's a big wide receiver, right? Like, it's kind of to be expected. I like Donovan Lovett more at the wide receiver position than I like Jackson Meeks. But at 235, Jackson Meeks is every bit as explosive as a tight end and better than what Dominant Lovett was at wide receiver.
I love it, man. Let's go to the wide receiver room. Lovett. Look, I like Lovett, and it's tough right now watching him just kind of spin out of control a little bit. I mean, he's just not maximizing his reps. And
there's a lot of competition in that room.
Oh, there's a ton.
And it's really, really easy to get down on yourself, lose your confidence because they're bringing so many guys in to compete.
Yeah.
I just don't see him mentally able to tackle that hurdle just because of everyone he's got to compete with. Like, he's not competing with like 2 or 3 guys. Like, that room is absolutely loaded. What is there, like 14 wide receivers in the building?
I don't think there's that many. I mean, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not including Kendrick Law, who's injured. I have 11.
Well, that's 12 wide receivers in the building to start. Like, it's a lot to deal with. And you're only fighting for 1 or 2 spots.
Right.
Obviously, we don't know what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are thinking as far as how many wide receivers they want to keep. We're all speculating. But, like, there's only 1 or 2 spots that 5 or 6 of these guys are fighting for. And if Kendrick Law was healthy and in the building, I don't think there's a question. Like, we have our 5 wide receivers.
So that's where I'm kind of torn, because when I look at this roster, I see a definite need for another taller body. But then when you think about Kendrick Law and what his eventual ability would have been inside this offense, I mean, he's a player that has been, utilized in that short area burst and short area quickness in and around and behind the line of scrimmage. And he's not a big guy. He's a smaller guy. So do we need another slot type of guy that can, do what maybe they had planned for Kendrick Law? Because, I mean, I think sky was going to be the limit for that kid. But or do we need another taller receiver? Because you have Amon-Ra St. Brown is barely 6 foot. Greg Dortch is like 5'8". Isaac Tesla is like 6'4". Jamison Williams is like 6'1.5". We just don't have a lot of height in that room. And I still think you need some height, in and around the red zone for sure. And we have to be able to attack it in the end zone. So if we're losing out on, a tight end that can't.
I like what Lucky Jackson's been doing.
Well, hold on. Hold on a sec. If we're losing out on a tight end right now that maybe isn't going to be able to produce as much as what we thought they were going to, like, maybe Conklin or Brock Wright, who doesn't do a whole lot. Our tight ends have never really done a whole lot outside of Sam Laporta. Then who do you retain to have the most ability out of them? And I think that Lovett is right between that slot and an X style of receiver. He's too small to be an X, but he's got a big enough body that he can body some of those, corners and safeties. He's just not putting it together. And so then behind him, Tay Martin right now is probably running away with it, but Cedric Johnson was going to win that job. He absolutely was going to win that job. And now with the injury, I don't know where it goes. So who's in your wide receiver room right now?
Right now, it's very, very clear. You got your 4 front runners.
Mm-hmm.
You got J-Mo, Amara St. Brown, Dortch, and Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure Tesla is our 3rd wide receiver right now. I think it's Dortch. I mean, what has Tesla shown us this year except for highlight reels on the practice field?
I mean, he's done pretty well in practice after his first week. I mean, he's actually done really well. And that's why
That's on the practice field.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone's been on the practice field. And that's where all of their work has come. No one's really done anything in the game.
In the preseason game so far, the first 2 games that he's played, he hasn't done anything.
Well, again, we can't blame Tesla for a quarterback not getting him the ball. If he wasn't targeted, we can't blame him unless there was a separation issue. I saw some separation issues, but I haven't gone through every single 28 snaps that he was in. But when we were under pressure,
we went back to preseason week 1. Altmaier threw the perfect pass that he possibly could throw to Tesla, and it through his hands, bounced off his face mask for an interception.
Yeah, I'm not gonna discredit a wide receiver or any player over 1 rep. I would never do that. Like, it's 1 rep. Otherwise, J-Mo with 12 drops last year wouldn't be on the roster right now.
Yeah, and Amara St. Brown had 9.
He had 2
or 10.
He had 2.
He had more than that, man. Come on.
I'm telling you, NFL GI. Look, I have the NFL stats had him credited with 2 or 4. Sorry, 4 drops.
You're telling me out of 170 targets, and he only had 114 catches, that 56 of those were drops, or not drops, or incomplete passes. Jared Goff is airmailing the ball on him. Come on.
No, you have to look at if it was a catchable ball. You have to look if it was a tip pass. You have to look at so many different things.
All I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna fight with you about this. It's your show. I'm not gonna argue.
It's not
with
about
you.
being
All
my
I'm gonna
show.
say,
I deliver facts, and so I go based on the
go
stats.
rewatch the Philly game, and you'll see at least 5 drops by Amara St. Brown in the Philly game last season.
The Philly game?
They're there.
All right.
On the tape.
All right, here we go. Philly game. Let me write that down. I will do a film review today. Last year, right?
Like I said, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to fight with you on your own show.
It's not. We're not. There's nothing called
that
fighting.
doesn't even
We can
matter.
have disagreements. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't fight.
But
we're not brothers. Not my kids. Like my kids, man, they're fighting all the time.
We could be. We're relatively the exact same age. We got the exact same bald head, the same custom fade from God.
Oh, I shave my head in the summer.
Oh, you don't have a custom fade? Oh, wow.
No. I shave it. I shave mine in the summer and then let it grow out in the wintertime. But yeah, that's all. Ever since the cancer, man, like I started to lose hair.
I got a custom fade.
Yeah, I started losing hair because of when you lose your thyroid and all those hormones, like it has something to do with hair too. And so I started to lose some hair over the last couple of years. I was like, fuck it, excuse my language. I shaved it, and then it grew back fine. So
you like the look?
Huh?
Well, that's good for you. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It is what it is, man. But yeah, 162 targets for Amon-Ra St. Brown, 117 receptions, and that's what's that? What's the number there? What's the completion percentage? I was trying to do it in my head. 117 divided by 162. %72.2% catch rate. It's pretty insane.
Now, also keep in mind when you're watching that Philly game, Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't healthy for that game. He had a wrist injury. or a hand injury. They kept referring to a hand or a wrist injury during that game. So
if I remember, hold on. If I remember correctly, hold on. That Philly game was a disaster for cold and wind. They couldn't pass
yes,
the ball at
wind was-
all. So you have to take that
Jared
into
Goff
consideration
had,
too.
38 passing attempts or 42 passing attempts, and he only completed like 24 passes. Yes,
So-
I am well aware.
Yeah, so I don't think a lot of that was Amon-Ra St. Brown, because when that ball is wobbling in the air, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to come down
What's
with
the
it.
old saying? If it hits your hand, you should catch it.
Not when it's sideways. Not when it's sideways and 10 degrees or minus 10 degrees.
With a kid with his hands as good as them, I damn near expect
Hey,
him
I'll
to
just
catch
throw
almost
this at you.
everything.
J-Mo dropped all of his balls in 90-degree weather, or a dome. How about that?
Hey, J-Mo's speed control and body control is on another level this year. Like,
Yes.
you're talking about what Tesla's been doing in training camp and on the practice field. J-Mo has been monitoring how fast he is actually running.
Mm-hmm.
He's beating DBs, and then he's continually to accelerate to allow Jared Goff to put the ball in the air, and then he's positioning himself and monitoring his speed to keep the DB behind him, use his body to separate the DB from the ball, and he's making those overhead catches.
Look, J-Mo's on
That
he's on a different level this year, and I'm super excited to watch his
Absolutely.
growth this season.
But for somebody who can control their speed to that extent and control their body, to put their body in between the defender and the ball and make those overhead catches that he's been highlighting in training camp and practice is unreal.
Yeah. No, he's really I remember hearing a clip from J-Mo in practice, and he said, man, he's like, I'm just getting better year after year after year. And he's like, what did he say? He said, I'm going to be untouchable or something like that. He's like, I'm going to be untouchable here pretty soon, or I can't wait, and I'm going to be untouchable or unstoppable. And, like J-Mo, this is J-Mo. Right now, he's doing this.
Stacking.
And then later on today, I'm going to do this.
I wouldn't even say look at the stats, look at the film.
And I'm going to tell you what I really think about Amon-Ra St. Brown. So anyway, keep on rolling. What else you got?
And then, lost my train of thought there. But anyways, I see those 4 wide receivers being on the roster for sure, and I see 5 guys fighting for that last spot.
All right,
so right now I got 3 tight ends, I got 10 offensive linemen, I got 5 wide receivers, I got 3 running backs, and I got 3 quarterbacks. Where are we there?
So do this for me. I didn't plan on going this long, but do this. Dip over to the defense real quick, because we have a bottleneck in the edge room and we have a bottleneck in the linebacker room. So did anybody that's on the bubble, the Anthony Lucas, the Eric Hunters, did any of those guys help themselves out this weekend?
Absolutely. I mean, I like O'Neal. I really like O'Neal. What he's doing on tape, I think, is unreal. I like that DT Smith. I think he's making a real name for himself, doing the dirty work, kind of like what DJ Reader was doing when he was here. Roy Lopez, what Tyleek is going to be doing this year, he's going to be doing a lot of the dirty work. What Ali McNeil was doing in his first 2 seasons in Detroit, doing a lot of that dirty work.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that. Just 1 second here. I'm just adding up. There we go. So I'm at 24 players. I think this is where you're going to see a lot of our roster coming in, and it's going to be on the defense. You're going to see a lot of depth on this defense. And I think the reason why is because the last 3 years, the injuries have all been on the defensive side on the ball. So I think our roster is going to be defensive heavy. I think we're going to keep 4 or 5 DNs/DTs, because Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell has a fascination with hybrid players that can play inside and out. I mean, Ahmad Hassani was drafted at like 267 or 262, and they say he bulked up to 275, but I swear, you look at him on film, and that kid looks every bit of 285, maybe even 290.
I'm sorry.
Like,
Who was that?
Ahmed Hassani.
Oh yeah, he was at 265, 268.
When he was drafted?
No, right now.
Right now, he's at 275. They have him listed at.
Yeah, so Dan Campbell, I don't know, about a week or so ago, or maybe it was Calvin Shepard, mentioned his weight. Because they mentioned, they put him at the big end at 265, and they felt that he was a little bit light to be the big end, but he's utilizing his speed and the elusiveness. It's just refining the technique right now. But they felt like he's doing fine over there because it more closely matches what he did at Boise State. In that system, he was more the big end. So it's just refining the technique right now and learning the leverage points for Ahmed to take that to the next level. Because he sometimes plays a little bit out of control. Ahmed's he's just a wild person, man. He's just so much energy. He's got to learn to bottle that energy up and put it into his bull rush as opposed to everything else. And
when you see him on film over the last 2 weeks, like, he looks like he's 285. Like,
he looks big,
bigger
but
than he is.
yeah, he's just maybe
He's very fit, very solid. player.
Muscle weighs more than fat, so I think he has a few extra layers there, that makes him look big.
But what we saw from Derek Moore, like, I think he just hurdled his place on the depth chart. Like, and the one defensive formation, I know you're talking about this hockey line shift where we're running with a lot of speed on the D line. I think we're going to see a hybrid of a 5-2 defense where we bring a single high safety and we take that strong safety and move them into the box, where we have a very stacked box with 8 guys in there, 5 being on the line. Derek Moore is a stand-up linebacker. I remember you mentioning this when we drafted him, that he could be the potential stand-up linebacker that we never really had in Detroit. And that edge rusher beside Hutchinson or beside Hassanin. And you got Hutch on the other side with Aleem, Tyleek, and Skylar Gill-Howard. So, like, that would be a very scary front, especially with Skylar Gill-Howard beside Hutch, and then you got Derek Moore beside Hassanin. And you got, like, that pinch in the middle that could have the option to loop around the edge and attack the quarterback. So, like, there's a lot of complexity to where the levels of this defense is going to be very stout in both pass rushing and run stopping.
Well, right now he hasn't done as well. You're talking about Derek Moore right now. He has not done as well against the run in camp. He's struggled, and he's been primarily used on third downs in camp situations. Yeah, in camp situations. But, I mean, it matters for the early context, but it doesn't matter for the later context during the season, because I do believe that, their goal is to get him in on the earlier downs, utilize his bigger frame, utilize his power. He just has to be able to set that edge and then be able to corral that run game. And if they can get that type of a play out of him, we already have plenty of speed rushers. I mean, between DJ Wanham and Aiden Hutchinson, I think that those are going to be your primary speed guys. But they're probably looking for more to back up Aiden at times on the early snaps, give Aiden a break, and then line up more on the other side of Aiden when they want to go with a heavy power front. Not so much a NASCAR, right? But a heavy power front to be able to generate in the run game too. And then also have some pass rush ability out of both of those guys. But then we can't forget I mean, behind them, you have Jack Campbell and Devin White. Both those guys can get after the passer. Both those guys can get sideline to sideline. I've been extremely impressed with Devin White's speed. And we know how Jack moves. So, like, we have such an amazing front right now. Derek Moore's, like, fans get so overly excited by one play, by one series. And then they think, oh, my God, we're going to the Super Bowl. Oh, my God, that guy's going to be an all-pro. Oh, my God, he's a Pro Bowler. Like, we got to settle down, y'all. Like, it's been one play here, one practice there. That's nothing. Those are called flashes, flash in a pan. We have to see consistency. And right now, we don't have any consistency because there hasn't been enough time to have consistency. But I will promise you this. If Moore continues to develop the way that he's already developing, he's going to be a problem. And that's a good thing.
You can ask Alita because he's been very critical of my criticism on Derek Moore. Attila the Hun. He's been very critical of my over-criticalism on Derek Moore.
Shots fired!
And what I saw last night with Derek Moore, or yesterday afternoon with Derek Moore, I conceded I may have been wrong about him. He looks very explosive. He's got a very quick first step. He's got a very good bend to get around the tackles. And it'll isolate him to the point where they can't really chip in the middle towards Aiden because Derek Moore's coming off so quick as a stand-up off-the-ball linebacker. He's taking that edge and that presence, that safety net for the quarterback away from Aiden, and now they're going to be forced to go bring it over towards Moore. So I really like Derek Moore as a rotational piece right now, based off last night's game, as an off-the-ball edge rusher.
So I have to watch the film to see how much off-the-ball, action he had. I know he had a little bit, but I need to see more and more. I just posted my article on Derek Moore in the chat that I wrote back on May 4th, and it was titled, "Did the Lions make a huge mistake drafting Derek Moore?" And so the article title kind of gets you like, what the hell's going on here? The reason why it's titled that way, I've got some formatting issues in here, is because on paper, which we can't always trust the paper tiger, right? On paper, he should have been one of the easiest draft picks to explain because of the production, right? The production that he had last year, the 10-sack breakout at Michigan. We needed another, rusher on the opposite of Aiden that could grow, that was young, that could grow. But I kind of boiled this down a little bit in the very beginning under the recap section where I said this. The 2025 production included 30 tackles, 10.5 sacks for loss. 10.5 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 3 PBUs, 2 forced fumbles, 1 fumble recovery in 12 games on 471 snaps played. He averaged 448 snaps in 23 and 24. Leading up to the 2025 season, Moore had a combined 41 tackles, 11 sacks, and 14 TFLs with 1 PBU, 1 forced fumble, no fumble recoveries through 41 games, 1,192 snaps those first 3 seasons. Moore averaged, again, 448 snaps in each of those 23 and 24 seasons. So Detroit's team site framed Moore's production as part of the reason why the Lions moved up from 50 to 44 to take him. A scout that I spoke to at the combine said that how does a player suddenly and nearly eclipse 3 seasons of stats in just 1 season? Historically, this doesn't happen very often. And then, I'm sorry, that was my question. That was my question. The statement from the scout was, the raw breakout looked strong, but some of us felt this was a major red flag that showed up in Derek Moore's 25 production split. And what they're saying there is you had 1 year of incredible production, just like Aiden Hutchinson did, and Aiden Hutchinson's came against some of the worst offensive lines in the country, and so did Derek Moore's. So did Brad roll the dice thinking, hey, we're going to get lucky twice? Or is there something more that we're not seeing here? In his 2025 season against Michigan's best offensive line opponents, including Ohio State, USC, Northwestern, Nebraska, and Oklahoma, Moore produced 8 pressures, 1.5 sacks on 93 pass rush snaps. That's a 1.6% sack efficiency and an 8.6 pressure rate. That is not a player that you draft in the second round. Against the lowest ranked offensive lines on the schedule, the numbers jumped incredibly. 32 pressures, 8 sacks, 141 pass rush snaps, 5.7% sack efficiency, and a 22.7% pressure rate. When I evaluate players, I want to see them play well against the better opponents. Most people would. Almost every scout looks at it that way. If you play well against good opponents, great. If you play extremely well against bad opponents, you should. But if those numbers are kind of flipped a little bit and you're not doing anything against the top tier opponents, there's questions. And so that was the early kind of discussion on Derek Moore. And then I went into my scouting report, and then I'll leave the rest for you guys to go read at DetroitFootballJournal.com. Make sure you guys subscribe today and get it, get in there and look at it. I broke them down a little bit. I have not revisited, the question, but you're right. I mentioned the off-ball ability. It's there. It's not developed, but it's there, and we'll see where it develops. We had a base 4-3 hybrid system last year. This year, that's also changed. So you might see in this new type of a scheme, a player that's 6'3", 255 pounds with 33-inch arms could absolutely be built in multiple layers that I laid out, multiple different things. The NASCAR package. Layer 1 is the immediate value of the rotation. Layer 3 was more of those 5-man fronts, just like you mentioned. I said 5-man fronts to maximize versatility. Moore can play the 4-eye or the 5-tech, allowing specialized speed rushers like Wanham or even a linebacker, a safety, or a corner to attack from the sharper angles. There's many different ways that you can utilize Moore, but right now they have to stick to the basics. They have to get him to have an effective rush plan and be more than effective in the run game. What else you want to cover, man? I got like 3 more minutes here.
All right. Well, I think we keep 5 DNs.
Okay.
And I think those are hybrid DNs. I think we keep 4 DTs. I think that's Tyleek, Aleem, Smith, I forget his first name, and then Skylar Gill Howard. I think we're going to be 6 deep, possibly 7 deep at linebacker. Hang on. Let me back to my math here.
Oh, hold on. Lauren McQuaig, I will get to your statements and questions in just 1 second. I see him in there. You can go ahead, Robbie. I'm just going to get to his when you're done.
And then I think we're gonna have 7 linebackers, and I think we're gonna have 12 DBs.
12 DBs
total.
Man,
between corner and safety.
That is such a tough
It
room.
might even be 13 because with all that, my numbers are at 52 roster spots.
I don't know.
And
I don't know how you're going to get
that leaves-
13.
That leaves with 1 extra roster spot. And we all know Brad Holmes, based off last year, doesn't fill all the roster spots.
I think he's
Could potentially
I think he's done it
add
twice.
another DB
Yeah, I think he's
or
done it
wide
twice.
receiver.
So the interesting thing about the secondary, I had 10, and I'm probably going to stick with 10, and that's because of versatility. And I forecast a couple of different things in my previous 53. My new 53 will be out later on today. When you have the versatility that we do in the safety room and the nickel room, right? You have McCreary and Izzian as the nickels. McCreary is also, Izzian is also a safety. So that versatility, because he can play both pretty well, and he plays special teams. Just one versatile player like Izzian can take up 2 spots. I don't think we can have
Yes.
more than 3 safeties, because when you're trying to get Branch back or Kirby back, well, now you got to cut 2 players. So if you bring Kirby in after week 1 at some point, who are you going to cut? So I think it's pretty tough for the Lions to even, you can't carry 13, in my opinion, but that's where you're rolling. I mean, it's only preseason week 2. That could change, wherever you get to your final. But I think it's going to be really hard when you're trying to bring guys back to keep that many. But the injuries are everything right now. It just depends on who stays healthy for the rest of this preseason.
So here's my philosophy behind it. And my philosophy is really simple. So you have your 5 starting corners, right? And then you have your starting safeties and then your backups. Well, that's 9 players right there. I think we're going to keep 2 extra at least that are hybrid, that can bounce between safety and corner. So that puts 3 free safeties, 3 strong safeties, plus your 5 DBs, your 5 cornerbacks. That puts you at 11 right there.
Yeah, I'm
12
not. Your
because-
math's not mathing. We don't need 6 safeties.
Well, based off the injuries over the last 3 years, we do need 6 safeties.
Have you looked at
especially if 2 of those safeties can play corner as well? So you're just doubling down and hedging your bets on injury concerns that could potentially occur later on in the season.
So I'll just ask it's not like a rhetorical question, but have you looked at the initial 53-man rosters after every cut down?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm speaking based on injury designation that has happened over the last 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, even 2023. Like, we were banged up with DBs.
No, I got you.
We fourth and fifth strings as starters.
Yeah, last year was the year that we lost DBs. Every year before that, we were fairly healthy, or we lost our starting,
No.
Yeah.
In 2023, we had Kendall Vidler as starting.
That was 23, but I'm not going back that far. So last year,
3 years.
Yeah, last year is when we lost the most DBs. The year before that, we lost 1. Like, we lost Carlton Davis, we lost Khalil Dorsey, but he wasn't a starter. I look at the starters we lose, not the backups. D-backs last year we kept 8, all included between safety, corner, nickel. We kept 8. And in 2024, I think we kept 9. Hold on. I have all this in a spreadsheet, but I don't have my spreadsheet open.
This is just my roster prediction.
No, I
More
know,
than likely,
but-
I'm going to be wrong.
yeah,
And I just feel like Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are going to lay on the side of caution, and they're going to stack the defensive side with a lot of quality depth. And
So I'm gonna
hybrid players that can play inside and out, deep and in the box. There's going to be a lot of mixing and matching, just because they don't want to run into a situation like they did in 2023 and 2024, where we were straggling with depth for players. In 2025, we were injured still with a lot of missing pieces. We were relatively healthy with a few positions, but we were still hurt.
Yeah,
Like DJ Reed was injured. Darian Arnold was injured. Brian Branch got hurt.
That was last year,
Kirby
yes.
Joseph didn't return.
Yeah, that was last year. That was
we
last
were
year.
Hurt.
Yeah, that was last year.
And I think they're going to err on the side of caution, and they're going to stack that defensive room. And they're going to get these guys playing together so that it doesn't matter who they're rotating in and out. There's chemistry and continuity with all of them. And they're all able to play off each other as if they were all starters.
All right, so now let me interject here. So the problem with that, the problem with keeping so many, it's a math problem. When you get down to keeping 13 D-backs, you're going to lose Skylar Gill-Howard. You're going to lose Damone Clark. You're going to lose maybe Malcolm Rodriguez or Trevor Nowaski. You're going to lose God, who are you going to lose in the defensive tackle room? You're probably going to lose. You could lose Chris Smith. You could lose on the offensive side. You'd have to probably cut down to 4 wide receivers. On the offensive line, you're going to have to cut down to 8 or 9 offensive linemen. Quarterbacks, you only be able to keep 2. Running backs, you would definitely have to keep 3. There's no way you can have that many. But if you go back and look at the historical 53-man rosters, last year we kept 8. The year before that, we kept 11. But there's a reason why we kept 11. And that's because once they went through cuts, it was like 2 days later, they ended up stashing some players. In 2023, now we also have a nickel defense, which requires more, DBs is what you would initially think, right? That we need more DBs because we're playing more nickel. But that's where I go with versatility. So when you have a player like Christian Izzy and they can play 2 spots, when you have a player like Avonte Maddox that can play corner and safety, and then you have a player like Keith Abney that can play nickel and corner, and then, Khalil Dorsey can play, corner, possibly nickel. You have a lot of versatility. And so for every one player that has two-way go, I call it, the two-way go on the defense, you're going safety, you're going nickel, you're going corner, pick 2, you're eliminating a player. And that's what they're going to have to rely on if they don't want to lose some of these young guys that are extremely important to this team moving forward. And the injuries portion of it, like that's going to change the conversation too, because they're going to be faced with hard decisions. Cornerbacks in safeties in 2024, we kept 11. But after cuts, Emmanuel Mosley, he was injured. Remember that? He was injured that year. I think that was the first year that we had him, and they didn't put him on any reserve. They kept him on the roster. He comes in the first game in week 5. They stashed him for 5 weeks, and then he comes in and tears the other one. So really, they should have kept 10 that year, not 11, because Emmanuel Mosley should have never been on the roster. I think that the Lions have a legit reason, now that they have a starting nickel on their roster, that they only need 10 at the most because they have so much versatility. But we'll see. When we get down to like 2 days before the final cut day, submit your final 53. We'll just have a little competition on cut day. We'll be live most of the day. We'll have a competition. We'll talk it all out. Come with all your reasons. And that's for anybody. Anybody that wants to come on the show and talk about a 53, put your 53 together. Email it to mailbag@rockdon.com, midnight the night before cuts. And we'll talk about it that day. Robbie, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you for calling in today and spending a long part of your Sunday with us today. What do you want to finish with, man?
I want to wrap this up with a famous quote from a guy I know. One pride and keep rocking with the Detroit Lions.
There you go. I think that's a quote. I think that's a quote by Robbie. Take care, buddy. Robbie checking out. I forgot to check in today. I had a new milestone today. I am officially now down to 238 pounds. It's been a long battle. I actually went up in weight for a moment. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm officially 24 pounds down now since July 4th of this year. So about 6 weeks. And once I get down to my cruising weight, I'm probably going to stack back up, add some more bulk, and get ready. Start boxing again. That's the best workout ever, man. Boxing is crazy stamina work. Crazy stamina work. All right, y'all. It's been a long day. I still got a lot of film review to do. I still got articles to write. I got a 53 to do. I got food to make. I got rest to get. I got a dog to take care of and a family I love, just like you do. Thank you for spending part of your day with our family here on Rock On Detroit Lions. As always, you guys are the best part of this community. Always will be. The Lions fans rock. But before I go, Laura McQuaig, let me answer your questions. Almost forgot, man. Almost forgot. But then I looked at my sheet. I saw your name. Okay, let me wind back. All right, first question I saw was, any chance Eric O'Neal could play at linebacker besides edge? Or Eric Hunter play at safety? The Lions moved O'Neal around yesterday with success, and Hunter has the speed to play safety if needed. So it's funny because Hunter was a safety. He was a converted safety to linebacker. That is why I think the Lions brought him in, because Brad heard me bitching and complaining, I'm sure, just kidding, that they didn't bring in Nick Emanawari. I think that was a huge mistake. They lost a chance at a generational player, and I hate using the G word. But Nick Hunter's not going to be a generational player, not yet. He has a long way to go, and right now his speed, his coverage, his flip and run, as I call it, is good. Like, his special teams work needs to get better. Yesterday he popped up with a fumble recovery, but could he play big safety? Maybe. I don't think he's going to be back there playing safety. I just think he might be what you would call that third safety / small linebacker when they're running two linebackers in the nickel, that he could be that third kind of star robber type role that's going to cover the run game and can flip and run and cover. So I think there's an opportunity for that. I just don't see him making the roster right now. And if he makes the roster, man, I don't even know who we're cutting. As far as O'Neal, I don't know. I don't know anything about Eric O'Neal. As far as what he did prior, like I don't know if he's always been in this position. It's a good question. Right now, Eric O'Neal's listed out on the edge, but I'm trying to find what the Lions have him listed at. Where's his weight, his height? I mean, here's his career highlights. He split his FBS career at Rutgers, 2025, and James Madison, 24, combined for 89 tackles, 41 solo, 28 TFLs. That's insane. 15 and a half sacks, 5 PBUs, 1 interception for a touchdown. Prior to James Madison, O'Neal spent 3 seasons at Long Island, 21 to 23, totaling 133 tackles, 44 and a half TFLs, 15 and a half sacks, 5 passes defended, 3 forced fumbles, and 1 interception. At Rutgers in 25, he started all 12 games. He had 37 tackles, 9.5 TFLs, 2.5 sacks, 2 PBUs. He led the team in TFLs and sacks. In 2024 at James Madison, he appeared in all 13 games. He had 52 tackles, 18.5 TFLs, 13 sacks, 3 PBUs, 1 interception for a TD. He was a first-team All-Sun Belt, and he was ranked 5th nationally in sacks per game with 1 per game. He was ranked 6th nationally in tackles for loss per game at 1.4. He's an NEC Defensive Player of the Year. He was a finalist for the FCS Defensive Player of the Year. He was third-team AP FCS All-American. He was first-team All-NEC. He ranked 2nd nationally with 2.1 tackles for loss per game. This was in 2023. He finished 2nd in the NEC with a half a sack per game. He won the team's captain's award and was named the defensive MVP. The dude just finds a way to get into the backfield. He's 6'2", 250 pounds, according to the Lions. The question is going to be, can he cover? He played defensive line and defensive end at Rutgers. That's where the majority of all of his snaps were. So I'm going to say there's a very outside chance. I think he's going to continue to go up in weight and continue to stack muscle. And I do think at some point like he could be a problem, right? How do we retain him? I don't think he makes the roster. It's a good question, man. I don't think he can play linebacker, and honestly, the linebacker room is not where he wants to be because it is so loaded right now. You had another statement or another question in here. Let me get back to that. And please remember, you guys put stuff in caps so I can see it. Oh, I can't believe we didn't even talk about Skylar Gil Howard with Raw B. I wanted to hear what he had to say about Gil Howard because he's one of the most impressive players that I've seen in a long time. Lauren, I don't see the other one now. I don't know where the hell it went. I missed it. I could have sworn you had two that were sort of back to back. Yeah, so Lauren says O'Neal was nothing but disruptive at the college level, tailing off a bit last year, but that might not have been on him. Dude, Lawrence, good to see you in here, man. Haven't seen you in here in a little bit, but must be getting towards the end of your farming season. Anyway, can't say enough thanks to the people that call in. Don't be a stranger, y'all. Call in, and next time I'm on anyway, because I'm trailing off right now myself. We'll catch you guys in the next one. Lauren, I apologize. I must have missed your other question, your other statement, but maybe in the next one we'll get to it. All right, you guys, be safe, be cool, be great, be Lions fans. We'll see you in the next one. All right, adios.